Well, I've never been so excited for a live stream in my life. Never, ever, ever in the history of me live streaming have I been so excited for a live stream. Because in this live stream, I feel as though I have achieved a certain level of vindication. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to watch karma in action. We are going to learn about comeuppance. We are going to see that if you're patient enough, the universe always, 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 always takes care of problems, and that people universally get what they deserve. Now, I don't actually usually revel in the sorrows of others. I don't. But tonight I'm going to. Tonight I'm absolutely going to. Because we are going to be talking about the fact that Unsafe Space is suing one Karen Jessie Smollett Smith for defamation. And the universe aligned, and the clouds opened, and the Hallelujah Choir came down from the sky. We're spilling the tea tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking gossip. We're talking intrigue. We're talking content creator drama. It's a Saturday night. I normally don't stream on Saturday. I normally don't do anything on Saturday. But this is a special, special, special occasion. So sit back, kick up your feet, spend some time with me. We're going to go through some stuff. We might even do call-ins afterwards so that you guys can come on my stream and we can talk about how you feel about some of the things that are going on. Even all you haters, I know you're watching. I know all of Carrie's fans are watching right now. Now, what I want you to be careful of, because I have my chat set to subscribers only. So you have to be subscribed to my channel in order to be able to chat. Ha ha, haters, too bad, so sad. But I want everyone to be watching the chat tonight, because we're inevitably going to get people coming into the chat that will claim that they have been my fans forever and they just can't take it anymore because, oh my God, Carlin, you engage in drama all the time. I'm unsubscribing from your channel. Those aren't real. Those are not real at all. But they're going to come in the chat because this is what they do every single time I talk about Carrie. So I just want everyone to be prepared for them. Anytime you see someone coming in the chat going, Carlin, oh God, I've supported you from the beginning. And it's just so hard. And you just always talk about drama. And I just can't take it anymore. And I am unsubscribing. Anytime you hear someone announcing their departure, like anyone cares that you unsubscribe from my channel, just know that that's not real. So, guys, we have got a lot to go through in this stream. We're going to talk a little bit of history. I know that not all of you have Metastep. I know you're real. Metastep is real. I can confirm. I was talking to Metastep earlier today on a Zoom. Metastep is real. I'm going to go through a little bit of history because I know that not everyone understands why Carrie and I have a little tiff. So I'm going to explain just a little bit. I'm not going to rehash the whole thing. All right, because I've rehashed it before, but I'm going to tell you where you can watch the rehash of the whole thing if you're so inclined. We are going to talk about what is going on with Unsafe Space suing Carrie. And then just for fun, I have one Twitter thread from one of Carrie's minions that I want to react to. And I have an essay from Carrie that she wrote about how her church is basically a cult. And we might do call-ins. And if I don't want to promise this, but it's Saturday night. Maybe I'm feeling a little saucy. Maybe I'm feeling a little uppity. If I get over $500 of super chats in the course of this stream, I will react live to the video that Mike Harlow made about me. But you got to pay for that one. You guys got to make that worth my while, because I really don't actually want to watch that video. But just because I'm putting it in the universe's hands. If you guys would like to see me react to the video that Mike Harlow made about me that I know many of you have watched, but I've never actually watched it, I will do that if the super chat is right. So you guys got to really want it. You guys have got to have skin in the game if I'm going to put myself through the horror of watching that ridiculous video. So we're going to leave that. I'm going to put that out into the world. And if we hit a certain level of super chat, and in my head it's $500, that's where I'm at right now. That's where I'm at right now. I will watch that reaction video. And if I do not hit that amount, then I will not watch that reaction video because I really don't want to. You're asking for my emotional labor in regards to this. So that's the deal. And if we don't do that, maybe we'll do call-ins, which is call-ins. I haven't done call-ins in a while, but call-ins is when I allow people to come on the stream and then we can gossip about all the juicy gossip. But and people are already saying, they're like, Carlin, don't do it. Don't react to Mikey. Hey, man, I'm leaving it up to the universe. Like I said, I don't want to. I don't want to watch that video. Ew. Mikey Harlow's energy is so bad. No, thank you. But if you guys want me to, that is the deal. All right. So I'm just trying to give us some stuff to do. It's a Saturday night. Maybe we'll be here for a while. All right. Before we get started, I've got a couple of things. Number one, the first people that I talked to about this today were in my locals community. Now, in my locals community, we do a monthly bitchcraft, which is basically where on a Saturday, on the second Saturday of every month, we get in on a private Zoom call. Everyone brings their crafts. People were making such beautiful things today. There was knitting, there was like pillow making, Sin was crocheting. There was all sorts of good crafts going on the stream today, but it's a private Zoom call in my community and we gossiped for 3 solid hours. We talked about this. We talked about other interlopers. We talked about all sorts of stuff that was going on. The way you get access to those special private streams is by becoming a member of my locals community. And I do dish the tea in my locals. I have my locals in the chat right now. My locals can testify that on our private Zoom calls, I absolutely gossip like a little schoolgirl. I dish all the tea on all the content creators that I know about. Not all of it. That's actually not true. I actually don't dish all the tea. I dish the tea on the content creators that I don't like and that have screwed me over. The ones that I like, I don't gossip about them at all. But you can get access to that and much, much more by heading over to kb.locals.com/support. You can become a member for $5 a month. You can become a member for $50 a year, which gives you 2 months for free. You can even make a one-time gift if you appreciate that I'm streaming on a Saturday, dishing the gossip with you guys. All those things are great. And I want to say, this is an extra special gift. Nat D says, I'm joining next week after I get my first paycheck. Nat D, hold that thought. Hold that thought. I got a deal for you. Because I've decided for the next 2 days only, for today and for tomorrow, if you would like a free month in my locals, a free month, use the promo code KERI, K-E-R-I, KERI, in honor of our queen bee for the night. You can get a free month in my locals by using her name as a promo code. You're welcome, Nat D. I know, Nat D, I know you want to come to my local Zoom calls. Dragonwater says the private Zoom calls are awesome. They are awesome. We talk about all sorts of fun things. Oh God, my shirt is coming undone. This is not good because I don't have any sleeves. I promise you're not seeing anything on the stream. Don't worry, I'm too old for that shit. I just wanted to show off my tattoo because it's looking slick. George Andre Veloso Nunez, thank you for the super chat, George. He says, I was going to send you this amount on Tuesday for my birthday, but let's repurpose it. It's about $10. I couldn't make it to Bitchcraft. My bad. Thank you, George. I appreciate that. That's awesome. Guys, if you need an extra excuse to super chat in tonight, my birthday is on Tuesday. Now, what I would actually really like for my birthday is for you guys to join my locals. That's honestly what I would really like more than anything else. I'm trying to hit 100 new local supporters by my birthday. I'm way behind pace on this one. That's all right, though. I've got the best locals community on all of locals. I may not have the biggest community on locals, but I have the best community. And if you want to give me an early birthday gift, you can become a member and come join us for those saucy private Zoom calls. The troll, you know what? Randall says the trolls are going to use that code. The trolls are already paying me. Fun fact, Carrie's minions already pay me to be in locals. They do. They do. I know who they are. Don't worry. They're not coming to our Zooms. This is why I force everyone to use their name on the Zoom. But they really are already paying me for that. All right. So that's our first order of business. Now our next order of business is I'm getting a beer because I have leftover beer from Spy Stream. Now I only have 2 beers here tonight. And for those of you not spy stream from happy hour yesterday, let me show you what we've got on tap for tonight. We've got this Watercolors Abstract beer from Sky Gaza. And this is a Weiss with banana, cherry, raspberry, graham cracker, marshmallow, and milk sugar. So that's going to be a little bit more soury, a little bit more fruity. And then as dessert, oh no, there we go. As dessert, I have there it is. I have a whoopie pie beer. It is an Imperial whoopie pie stout. This is a 10% alcohol content beer. That's why we're doing it for dessert. Justina, oh my gosh, thank you. Justina says, already a member, but happy birthday. I appreciate that, Justina. Thank you for the super chat. All right, guys, I'm going to pour this here watercolor beer, and then we're going to dish the tea. We're going to get into it. I do like on my Friday happy hours on my other channel, Actively Unwoke, I like introducing my audience to different craft beers. Look at how pretty. I knew this was going to be a fruity beer. Look at how pretty that looks. Guys, if you don't like beer, oh, it's thick too in the bottom. That's like the good stuff right there. That's the banana right there. Guys, if you think you don't like beer, you just haven't found the right beer yet. Beer is delicious. Carrie likes to say I'm an alcoholic on Twitter. She really does. She's called me an alcoholic on Twitter before, even though I don't really drink unless it's happy hour. But I love craft beer. I love trying craft beers, and I am not ashamed. And Carrie cannot make me ashamed, no matter how many times she tweets that that I might like to drink too much. Too bad, so sad. Let's see. Oh, this is so good. This has a really thick consistency. And it's really sweet. It's like a dessert. I'm trying to place where I might have it's like I don't want to say it's a smoothie. That's what it is. This beer tastes like a smoothie. Don't ever say you don't like beer. This beer tastes like a smoothie. Mmm. Delicious. That must be the banana. Enigma, thank you for the super chat. A few things to say. Already in your locals, thank you. Love your ink, thank you. Keep up the good fight, thank you. Let's go, Brandon. Slava Ukraine, and happy birthday. Oh my God, Enigma. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you guys. See my tattoo? Oh, I've got one more session left, and then we're going to take a little break. I've been working on this tattoo for 5 months. This is 5 sessions worth of tattoo. I've got one more session left in this booking, and then my tattoo artist is booked for a while, so I got to take a break. Dragon Water, thank you. Happy early birthday, Carlin. Sorry I can't join locals twice. Mount the like button, everyone. Best wishes. Yes, everyone, mount that like button if you would like to learn why KERI Smith is being sued for defamation. All right, let's get into it. Yeah, I love a good peanut butter stout, mommy. I do. Man. Alaska Man says my tat's looking good. Oh, it's so cool. I love it. My artist is so talented. Oh, okay. Let's dig into it. So, now, if you are unfamiliar with what happened with me and Carrie, what I need you to do, here's the thing. I did a stream about this a couple months ago. It was on February 18th. I did a whole 3.5-hour stream about what happened with Carrie. And here's where I want to show it to you, but I also want to point you if you're watching on YouTube, and I am broadcasting on Odyssey, Rockfin, Rumble, and also Gitter right now. So I don't have this video in the description on the alt tech platforms, but I do have it in the description on YouTube. So if you want to see what happened with me and Carrie, what I need you to do is go to my channel or go to the link in the description, but I just want to show you. Here it is, right here. I did a 3.5-hour stream called Unsafe Spaces. KERI Smith is obsessed and trying to cancel me, and I have had enough. So that video will explain what had happened up until I think I did that video on February 18th. Now, I have taken a rash of shit for doing a 3.5-hour stream about KERI Smith. Do you want to know why the stream was 3.5 hours long? Because I literally went through every single thing that KERI Smith has said about me since between December 12th and the day I did the stream, which was February 18th. So roughly 2 months. I went through KERI Smith wrote a whole essay about me, calling me her abusive mother. I'm not making that up. KERI Smith sent over 100. Wait, no, hang on. KERI Smith sent an average of 1 tweet a day. So 60 tweets, over 60 fucking tweets about me during that time. And I've documented every single one of the tweets that KERI's ever sent about me. So I actually have, so I want you to encourage you to go back and watch that video, but just know, I actually have this Twitter account. It's at KERI is obsessed. It's got KERI in a blue wig looking crazy. And on this Twitter account, if we go down, the only purpose of this Twitter account is to document every single nasty thing that KERI Smith has ever said about me on Twitter ever. There are 169 tweets on this account, and I've only documented from like June or July of last year on. KERI Smith has been talking shit about me since October of 2020. KERI Smith went through a 2-month period where she literally tweeted about me every single effing day. And I went back and I took screenshots of every single time KERI either tweeted about me or retweeted someone talking about me or did anything in relation to me. And I documented it all on this Twitter account. So you can see this. I started this account on February 17th. Every single one of these tweets is something that KERI has said about me on Twitter, because KERI talks about me, or did talk about me, all the time on Twitter until I made this Twitter account. And I promised when I made this Twitter account that I would not only document every single thing that KERI had ever said about me on Twitter, that I would also, moving forward, put every single tweet that KERI Smith sent about me on this account. And that seemed to be enough to get KERI to shut the hell up until like a week ago when she retweeted someone talking about me, because obviously I still live in KERI Smith's like head rent free. But like this actually did the trick, and I was actually grateful for this, because KERI Smith, you'll see it in this account, she would seek out people who were talking about me, and she would insert herself into the conversation just to talk about how much she hated me within that conversation. And it's all documented on that account. So once I launched this account and I did that video that I just talked about that's linked in the description on YouTube, KERI Smith actually started to shut up about me. And I was pretty grateful for that, because she was causing me a lot of problems. KERI Smith has ruined my reputation with people that I've never even met or spoken to, but all think I'm a psychopath because of what KERI Smith has effing said about me. So I was pretty excited that she started to shut her damn mouth and not talk about me. Alaska Man says, contribution to your KERI Smith defamation suit. So it's not mine, just so you know. I am not the one suing KERI Smith. I am not the one suing her. I am just reveling in the fact that someone is suing her for defamation, but it ain't me. But I appreciate that, Alaska Man. Now let me go back a little bit. So I learned about this lawsuit last night at around 1 a.m. after I had many beers with Victor. Victor and I had a great old night last night, and I'm in bed and I'm about to go to sleep around 1 a.m. And of course, I'm scrolling through Twitter because that's what I do before I go to bed. And I see this tweet saying Unsafe Space is suing KERI for defamation. And I got to be honest, I wasn't really all that surprised. So I want to walk you through after that stream after I did the stream about KERI where I documented every single instance that she's talked shit about me on Twitter and other places on the internet, I was continuing to monitor KERI's Twitter account like every once in a while. I actually hate looking at KERI's Twitter account. It makes me feel icky, but like I want to make sure she's not talking about me, so I do monitor it. And I also look at other things that other people are saying just because it makes me laugh. And so I happened to see this last night, but I also, a couple weeks ago, this is when I started to realize that something was going on with Unsafe Space. Luke Casey, thank you for the super sticker. It doesn't display on the screen, but it's a superhero flying. I appreciate that. So when I was monitoring KERI's Twitter account to make sure she wasn't talking shit about me, I saw this a couple weeks ago. And I was kind of like, what's going on? So let me just make this a little bit bigger. And this says, that feeling when someone you thought was a friend kicks you out of your moving car, runs you over, reverses to hit you again 6 weeks later, and then gets out of the car to ask you to sign an NDA. And so I saw Carrie tweet that, and I was like, what's going on? What's going on? So of course, when I wanted the gossip, I went into the replies because I wanted to see if Carrie's minions were providing any context around what was going on. And the first thing I see is from this woman, Angela. Angela is one of the people that likes to bully and harass me on Twitter. This beer is so good. Who knew they could make beer into a smoothie? Anyway, so I saw this woman named Angela, and she says, that does not sound safe. And I was like, huh. And then I saw this woman, and this is like one of Carrie's BFFs. Her name is Nicole. I used to be friends with Nicole, but Nicole is one of Carrie's minions. And so as soon as Carrie started talking shit about me all the time and lying about me all the time, Nicole exited and now is one of the people that, like, she actually doesn't talk shit about me that much, but she's definitely one of Carrie's. And Nicole responded saying, it sounds almost unsafe if you ask me. And so I saw this and I was like, is something going on between Unsafe Space and Carrie? And so then what I did is I looked at Unsafe Space's Twitter account and I looked at their YouTube channel, and lo and behold, Carrie had not been on Unsafe Space in a couple of weeks. And I was like, is Carrie still on Unsafe Space? And then the other thing that I noticed was on Unsafe Space's Twitter feed, they had retweeted Carrie, I guess, before the breakup, and it was no longer displaying Carrie's tweets in their Twitter feed. And so what that means is essentially that Carrie had blocked Unsafe Space on Twitter so that it would no longer her tweets would no longer show up in their feed. I was like, holy shit. Have Carrie and Carter broken up? Was Carrie fired from Unsafe Space? Is this tweet in which Carrie is obviously referencing someone who has betrayed her 6 weeks ago? Is this in reference to her feeling betrayed by Carter, who has fired her from Unsafe Space? So then what I did, people don't, like, I don't know who knows this. So I used to, as a gag, I talk about this in the video. Because Carrie was harassing me all the time, I used to like to get my digs in where I could. And so back in like December, I think, I registered the Gitter handle for Unsafe Space. So if you were on Gitter and you were following the @Unsafe Space account, I owned that account. And I called it the non-SJW version of Unsafe Space. And I basically just did it to annoy Carrie because they had neglected to register the Unsafe Space account on Gitter. So I registered it for them. And I used it for my own purposes. Now, when I realized, though, that Carrie was no longer involved with Unsafe Space, I sent a direct message to Carter. And I said to him, Carter, and Carter is Carrie, well, Carter is the owner of Unsafe Space. We'll talk about that more in a second. And we're not like BFFs or anything, just to be very clear. I have not spoken to Carter about this stream or anything I'm going to say on this stream at all. He wouldn't do that. He's a professional. I'm sure he doesn't even want to be involved. But I DM'd Carter when I realized that KERI SMITH was no longer with Unsafe Space. And I said, Carter, I don't have any beef with you. Carter never went after me on Twitter in the way Carrie did. I have no beef with you. I have your Gitter handle. Do you want your Gitter handle? And I basically said to him, like, I'll just give it to you. Like, you don't need to pay me. You don't need to bribe me. You don't need to cajole me as a peace offering, because I don't want any more bullshit and drama with Unsafe Space. I've fucking had enough with Carrie. I don't want any more. I will, as a peace offering, give you your Gitter handle. And Carter responded, yes, that would be great. Carrie is no longer with Unsafe Space, and I promise no more bullshit and drama. And I was like, fan-fucking-tastic. And so that night, when I saw this tweet, I turned over the Gitter handle for Unsafe Space to Carter, and I had confirmation that KERI SMITH was no longer with Unsafe Space. So this was a juicy little detail for me. I didn't really care that much, but I was like, ooh, that kind of makes me, that's a little bit of vindication. I feel pretty good about that. Phil McCracken, thank you for the super sticker. He's doing a little dancey thing. I appreciate that, Phil. Good to see you. And Mandatory Carrie, I keep fighting Ravelon. Thank you, Mandatory Carrie, for that. So I had moved on. I had turned over the unsafe space getter handle because I don't want that shit just to be spiteful. Like if Carrie's not involved anymore, there's no reason for me to have it. I have no bad feelings towards Carter at all. So then I started kind of just like, again, every once in a while checking in. One of the things I saw was Carrie started retweeting people who were advertising her new channel. And so this guy Frank, I think I'm not sure who Frank. Oh, he's the booking agent for Chrissy Mayer, who I just have no interest in at all. But so he retweeted Carrie, or he tweeted this. He says, "Messed up news. Real Carrie Smith no longer has access to her other channel." Keep that in mind. Her other channel. So please go and subscribe to her here and feel free to unsubscribe from Unsafe Space. And if you look in the retweets, this was retweeted by Carrie. So Carrie is now retweeting people, telling people to unsubscribe from Unsafe Space and saying it was her channel. Now, I started watching Unsafe Space, I think in 2019, because Unsafe Space was the only channel that was covering what was going on in the knitting community. And so I started watching Unsafe Space like way, way, way early on. And the reason I bring this up is that they used to talk about how Carter started Unsafe Space, and Carter was the one who made the financial investment in Unsafe Space. And I'm telling you this story because I always knew that Carter was the owner of Unsafe Space. I didn't know what arrangement he and Carrie had, but it was extraordinarily clear to me that Unsafe Space was Carter's project that he brought Carrie into. I always knew that from the beginning, but they were co-hosts, they acted like they were partners, all this stuff, but I always knew that Carter was the person in charge. And so for me, it was a little bit weird on March 27th to see Carrie retweeting someone calling Unsafe Space her channel, because it was always Carter's channel that Carrie was a host on, and they had some sort of agreement about what was going on. And I want to say this, of the two of them, Carter was actually always my favorite. I always liked Carter far more than I liked Carrie. And you can see evidence of this. Like, go back to the first videos from when I first was like really putting content on this channel. Carter was one of the first guests that I ever had on this channel but like right after my Trump rally article went viral. And I had Carter on by himself. I didn't have Carter and Carrie on. I had Carter on by himself because I was actually much more interested in things that Carter had to say than I was in Carrie. Now, don't get me wrong. I liked Carrie's story and I identify with Carrie's story, but Carter was actually always the person that I found to be more intelligent and, quite frankly, more interesting. And so I just thought this was really messed up. I was like, what the fuck? That's Carter's channel. Lucchese says, "Oh my God, is that woman who made a huge deal about leaving the left a while ago? Holy shit, what happened? How the heck did it get so left?" Yes, yes. KERI Smith is supposedly a reformed SJW that left the left, and she goes around talking about how she's a reformed SJW that leaves the left. Now, I will say this because I do like to give credit where credit is due. I actually think that Carrie is really good at explaining the SJW ideology. I think she's really good at teaching people what it is. I learned a lot from Carrie when I was watching Unsafe Space back in 2019 and in the early part of 2020. I learned so much from Carrie. Carrie was a very important part of my red pill experience. She really was. And so I will not do what Carrie and her minions do, which is to paint someone as a wholly negative person because I don't like the things that they say about me or the things that they do. I actually think that Carrie is very, very good at explaining the woke ideology and in helping wake people up. And so I do encourage people to go back, watch those early episodes of Unsafe Space. They are very, very good. I don't know what she's doing now. I don't watch her content. I do actually want to get back into watching Unsafe Spaces content because, like I said, like I stopped watching because of all this bullshit with Carrie and it really stressed me out. But I actually always really liked Carter's perspective and I always really liked things that he had to say. So I do want to encourage everyone to subscribe to Unsafe Space. I believe it's youtube.com/unsafe space. Listen to what they have to say because I always thought that he was better. Phil says, "Happy birthday, kid. Are you 30 yet?" No, Phil. I'm having, what is it, my 12th, 29th birthday? Just the 12th. It's okay. Thank you for the super chat, though, my friend. I appreciate it. So that was a little bit messed up to me that Carrie retweeted that. And then there was some other shenanigans that went on. That's not what I want to look at. And well, let's just dig into it, shall we? Well, actually, no. What we can do here. So there was this. Where did I put this? Hang on. This was no, not that. That's Carrie talking about how she's in a cult. Okay, here it is. This is the one I'm looking for. Ah, so this was yesterday. And I saw this tweet yesterday again because I was like looking at Carrie's account to see what was going on. Carrie retweeted Shoe on Head, a thread that Shoe on Head wrote in 2019. Okay? Now, why all of a sudden do you think that Carrie is retweeting a thread from 2019? So she says, necessary to say this now, Curist, aka Jason Close, was a paid employee of Unsafe Space. I did not hire him. I did not find out about this or his past until February 18th, at which point I messaged Carter to find out if he knew. I ceased being a partner and co-owner there 3 days later. Now, what Shoeonhead is saying here is that this guy, Curist, and I'm going to be honest, I've met Curist, and I actually knew this about Curist. Well, I knew one of the things about Curist. I knew that Shoeonhead basically says, this is the guy that tried to break into Tim Pool's house at 4 a.m. He's also convicted of doing stuff with kids. I didn't know that piece about him. I didn't know that until I saw this tweet yesterday, but I did know he tried to break into Tim Pool's house. He's now trying to get close with other YouTubers, and the man obviously has issues with parasocial relationships, so be warned. So that's a thread from 2019. Now, I'm going to say this. I actually did talk to Curist right after my Trump rally article went viral, and he was actually very upfront with me about the fact that he tried to break into Tim Pool's house. And he told me at the time, he was like, I was really depressed. I was going through a lot of stuff and it was stupid, and I've gotten help since then. And me, like, I pick up strays like, no one's business. I pick up strays like all the time. And so for me, I was like, my position with him was like, don't do any crazy shit with me. If you do crazy shit with me, like, you're not going to get away with it. But I also believe in giving people a second chance. And so I didn't know about the kitty stuff. I had no idea about that until I saw this tweet yesterday from Carrie. But I did know that Curist broke into Tim Pool's house. Now, the reason I say this is I would quite frankly be surprised if Carrie didn't know before February 18th. And the reason I say that, I could be wrong about that, but the reason I say that is that Curist was actually always really upfront with me about that. Okay. So, and I don't talk to him anymore or anything. I haven't talked to him in like I haven't even seen, I don't even know where that guy is anymore. So I have not even seen hell or high water from this guy in like a really long time, but I did know him in 2020 and I did know about the Tim Pool thing. So why is Carrie on April 2nd, 2022, retweeting a thread that Shoeonhead posted in 2019 about this guy who was a paid employee of Unsafe Space? Let me just ask the chat. Does anyone think that Carrie is trying to make it look like Carter knew and knowingly employed this guy? Is that let me just read this again. Necessary to say this. Actually, let me put a poll on the chat on YouTube. Do you think Carrie is trying to make it seem like Carter knew what was up with Curist? I'm just gonna say with Q, and fired her for it. Yes, she knew. No, she didn't know. Okay, I put the poll in the chat. We'll see what you guys think. Carrie says, necessary to say this now, Curist, aka Jason, was a paid employee of Unsafe Space. I did not hire him, and I didn't find out about this or his past until February 18th, at which point I messaged Carter to find out if he knew. I ceased being a partner and co-owner there 3 days later. When I read this, I thought, Carrie is trying to make it seem to her 27,000 Twitter followers like Carter knew that he was, I didn't make not sure an option, sorry. Like, Carrie's trying to make it seem like Carter knew what was going on and then fired Carrie when Carrie brought it up because of it. I'll let you guys answer in the chat if that's your interpretation as well. But let me just scroll down in the comments. So you can see there's lots of replies on this. But there was one reply that was really interesting. Really interesting to me. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, this is Carrie talking about how Carter broke up the partnership. This person says, I wondered what happened. Very sorry to see an interloper break up a great partnership. And Carrie says, Carter broke up the partnership. Um, but this is the one that caught my eye. This is the response here that I saw. And so this person says, so they knew? That's sad. So this person has obviously interpreted from Carrie's tweet that Carter knew what was going on and fired her because she asked about it. And this person says, you made the right call in telling Carter hard decisions will lead you down a greater road to happiness. And Carrie responds, he said he didn't know. I'll leave it at that. So if Carrie knew that Carter said that he didn't know about this guy, then why is she writing a tweet that kind of, sort of, maybe implies that he did know? Dragon Water says the cards say Three of Wands, the Tower, and Passion. Are we saying that the tarot cards are saying that Carrie was trying to imply that what do we say? What is the reading on that, Dragon Water? You don't have to send another super chat. Let's look in the chat. What question are you asking there? So it looks like, let me see. Yes, 80% of you 80% of you agree with me that this is Carrie trying to say that Carter knew what was going on and that he fired Carrie when she brought it up. Okay. This happened yesterday. Now, when I saw this happen yesterday, I actually really felt bad for Carter because, like, listen, if you go back and watch the 3.5 hour stream that I did on Carrie that is linked in the description below, you will know that I have been on the receiving end of Carrie's bullshit for a year and a half. It has caused me a lot of problems. And while I am very grateful that Carrie has learned to keep her mouth shut about me, it also does make me sad that she is now targeting Carter in Unsafe Space. And I genuinely mean that. Listen, again, I'm not friends with Carter. I haven't spoken to Carter directly in years. We exchanged a couple DMs when I gave him the Gitter account, but I actually haven't spoken directly to Carter, and I don't know. I don't have any bad feelings towards the guy, but I don't he's not someone I'm close with or anything. But when I saw this, I sent Carter a DM and I said, Carter, I just want you to know that I'm really sorry this is happening and it sucks. And I just want you to know that I know it sucks and I see what she's trying to do, because no one ever did that for me. No one ever did that for me. And when I've been on the receiving end of Carrie's bullshit, it really does feel like the loneliest place in the world, because she does actually command like a horde that she sends to harass people on the internet. And maybe she does it consciously, maybe she does it unconsciously. I don't know, but it is a nightmare to deal with the bullshit that her followers inflict on people. It really is. So I felt pretty bad for Carter, and I just wanted him to know that someone saw what she was trying to do. Let's see. Dragon Water, what did you say? Dragon Water said, I read based on the poll question. Okay, so you were asking, did Carrie know? Or was that what Carrie was trying to do? Yeah, I would say based on that spread, that was exactly what Carrie was trying to do. Based on the tarot cards, based on mystical things. All right, so this gets tweeted out. I DM'd Carter saying, I'm really sorry this bullshit is happening to you. And then, but a couple hours later, Carter sends out this tweet. Now, can we just all in the chat give Carter Laren let's give Carter Laren a slow clap for being a based king in this tweet. Look at what he did to announce that he was suing Carrie for defamation. We all need to give Carter slow clap for Carter Laren. Slow clap for Carter Laren being a based king in this tweet. Well done, Carter. I salute you. Because Carter not only posted the cease and desist letter that he sent to Carrie that we are going to read, he did it in the form of a meme. where he is making Carrie out to be Jussie Smollett. He stole my company and tried to strangle me with an NDA, and then he yelled, "This is MAGA country." And he also renamed the Unsafe Space account Jussie Free Unsafe Space, and he put Jussie Smollett in the header. Based king. I'm gonna be honest, I had no idea that Carter had it in him. I really didn't. Carter, no offense. I had no idea that Carter had it in him to be like this fucking base. No, Mason, this is not the grounds for defamation. We're gonna talk about that in a sec. And by the way, it's not actually trivial when someone with 27,000 Twitter followers lies about you on Twitter. That's actually not trivial. And if you think it is, try having it happen to you over and over and over and over and over again. All right? So, Carter not only posted that based tweet, he also posted this website. It is unsafespace.com/defamation. And he said, over the course, actually, let me make this a little bit bigger. There we go. Now we can all see it. Over the course of the past several weeks, former co-host Karen, and can we just talk about the irony for a second that KERI Smith's real first name is Karen? That's real. Former co-host Keri Smith, has been engaged in an active campaign of defamation, which she apparently conducts through chats, texts, phone conversations, and live streams with tens of thousands of viewers. Now, I don't watch Carrie's content. I don't know if anyone here watches Carrie's content. I'm sure there are many haters watching right now that can't chat in because you have to be a subscriber to chat on my channel. But if one of you guys wants to subscribe to my channel for 5 minutes and tell us if Keri Smith has been talking about this on her streams, I would really be I would be grateful for that. Although Unsafe Space did not respond to these accusations publicly, we privately offered her a chance to retract her lies. Unfortunately, she has chosen to reject this offer. To set the public record straight, we are releasing the cease and desist letter, which was delivered to her attorney on April 5th, 2022. So what Carter is saying here, oh, hang on, I'm just trying to tie this shirt in the back so it stops falling down. There we go. Now I've got to get in a good knot. Okay, so what Carter is saying here is that they had reached out to Carrie privately to basically say, Carrie, stop lying about us and retract the bullshit statements that you've made about us. And Carrie was like, nah, bro, I'm going to keep doing it, or she just didn't respond. Contact information for attorneys on both sides have been redacted as a courtesy to counsel. So here is the letter that Carter's attorney sent to Carrie's attorney with the demand to cease and desist. And this is like a 3-page letter. We're going to read this whole letter because I'm drinking in this moment. I'm drinking it in. I'm drinking it in. Oh, okay. Let's read. Let's read. I'm going to take a sip of beer first. Guys, mount that like button for me. Now, remember, we're going to have to counterbalance all of the thumbs down that Carrie's fans are going to give me. So make sure you're mounting that like button. If you like non-drama content, I do that on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday on this channel. So make sure you subscribe if you're so inclined. Oh my God, I can't get over how good this beer is. All right. It has come to our attention that your client, Miss Keri Smith, has made, published, and continues to make and publish numerous false, defamatory, libelous, inaccurate, and/or misleading statements about Unsafe Space and Mr. Carter Laren. We are in receipt of comments and posts and affirmations from third parties that Miss Smith has made numerous false and defamatory statements about Mr. Laren and Unsafe Space based on the wholly unsubstantiated accusations. Ms. Smith has stated without evidence that inter alia, Mr. Laren purportedly stole Unsafe Space from Ms. Smith, that Mr. Laren deleted emails allegedly confirming Ms. Smith's ownership of Unsafe Space, and Mr. Laren requested that she sign an NDA in an attempt to prevent, in an attempt to prevent her from revealing these alleged actions. These statements are completely false, inaccurate, and intentionally misleading. Unsafe Space categorically denies these very serious allegations, which appear only to be asserted to seriously damage its name, reputation, and character. We are certain that Ms. Smith has no evidence to support these false and defamatory allegations, which she will need to defend against the legal actions Unsafe Space intends to bring to clear its name. As you are well aware, in early 2022, Ms. Smith and Unsafe Space were negotiating her departure from the company when Ms. Smith proposed an agreement containing mutual non-disclosure and non-disparagement clauses not requested by Unsafe Space or Mr. Laren. Okay, let's just pause on that question. So, apparently, and I don't know why this happened. I don't know what the impetus for KERI Smith leaving Unsafe Space was. I don't know that it had anything to do with the fact that I did a 3.5-hour stream exposing that she'd been acting like a raging lunatic on Twitter towards me for a year and a half. I don't know that it had anything to do with that at all. Maybe they were just parting ways. Maybe they were just moving on. I have no idea. But the point I want to make is that KERI Smith apparently was scheduled to leave Unsafe Space like at least back in like February or so. Mysteriously, right around the time that I did my stream. I don't know that the two are connected. I don't know that they're not connected. I have no idea. Anywho, but what this is saying is that when they were negotiating for KERI to leave, KERI proposed a non-disparagement clause, which basically means that KERI can't say anything bad about Carter and Unsafe Space, and Carter can't say anything bad about KERI and Unsafe Space. So that makes it seem to me, and I'm just guessing, that makes it seem to me that the separation may not have been amicable on KERI's part. At least on KERI's part, because it looks like Carter didn't try to propose that. So I don't know. This is purely speculation. I'm offering an opinion, but I've never asked for a non-disparagement clause from someone that I wasn't worried about disparaging me in public. So who knows? Who knows? Moving on. Although this agreement had not yet been signed, Unsafe Space operated in good faith by honoring the spirit of that request and refraining from making any public statements regarding the details of Miss Smith's departure, since neither you, nor you being the lawyer, nor Miss Smith indicated that the negotiations had been abandoned. Nevertheless, Miss Smith began to tell third parties and Unsafe Space affiliates, both privately and in public forums, that Mr. Laren had stolen Unsafe Space from her and asked her to sign an NDA or words of similar effect. Huh. Isn't that funny? So KERI is basically running around the internet saying, Carter stole Unsafe Space from me. Isn't it so unfair? This accusation is wholly untrue. Mr. Laren is the clear founder and majority owner of Unsafe Space. He was the one who created the Unsafe Space name, concept, and website in 2018 with the company rooted in Mr. Laren's first line of podcasts under the name 751. Now, I want to say, and again, I said this at the beginning, I always knew that Unsafe Space was owned by Carter. I didn't know what their arrangement was, but I always knew that Carter was the one who made the initial financial investment and that he had brought KERI into it. So this was not actually news to me that Carter owned it. And I don't know why it was a mystery to everyone else what was going on. Mr. Smith became involved with Miss Smith, I don't want to misgender Carrie, that was a mistake. Miss Smith became involved with Unsafe Space after Mr. Laren reached out to her upon reading her essay in which she described herself as a disillusioned former social justice warrior. After Mr. Smith, God damn, Miss Smith. I don't know why I'm misgendering Carrie tonight. I really don't. That is actually a genuine mistake. After Miss Smith performed well as a guest on the Unsafe Space podcast, Mr. Laren and Miss Smith started to informally host other shows within the Unsafe Space umbrella of podcasts, including Deprogrammed and eventually Kofefi Break. Mr. Laren wished to formalize the relationship and offered Miss Smith a 10% equity in the Unsafe Space company, subject to vesting and other terms. Now, my understanding of Carter is that he's like an entrepreneur. I think he did like venture capital stuff. I think he did venture capital stuff in like the cannabis industry and maybe some other stuff too. I could be misremembering that. But like the reason I say this is Carter understands how to build companies. Carter understands how to put legal agreements in place. Carter understands like the very practical business side to this that most content creators have no effing idea about. So it was not surprising to me at all that Carter would be putting actually formal arrangements in place, that he'd be having contracts in place, that nothing would be left to chance, that everything would be very clearly delineated out in like a legal way. It was also not surprising to me that maybe Carrie wasn't reading the contracts that she signed and maybe not following them. I don't know. I don't know what those contracts said. But that was not surprising to me that Carter put these provisions in place. Miss Smith accepted this offer. I was actually frankly stunned to find out that Carrie only owned 10% of Unsafe Space. That was actually really that is not a deal that I would have accepted if I was Carrie. I'll tell you that right now. That was absolutely not a deal that I would have accepted at all. AM says drama like this is why I became an initialism. Ah, AM, got it. Phil, beer should absolutely taste like a smoothie, Phil. We're friends, Phil. Come on, don't ruin it. Anyway, the arrangement is evidenced by corresponding documents, such as a K1 tax document sent to Ms. Smith, extemporaneous notes, and drafts of proposed amendments to the operating agreement. Ms. Smith's equity was unaffected by her recent departure from Unsafe Space. But, check this out, Carrie shot herself in the foot. But Miss Smith breach of the parties' agreements and the tortious conduct thereafter does impact her equity. So what this letter is saying is that Carrie's 10% of Unsafe Space, even though she left Unsafe Space, she still had 10% of the company. And what this letter is saying is that because of Carrie's behavior after she left the company, that damaged her equity with the company. She broke some sort of agreement or contract that they had. Let's see. To date, Unsafe Space has paid Ms. Smith $18,000 in cash for her part-time involvement, in addition to paying personal expenses such as cell phone and internet and purchasing a computer and other equipment for Ms. Smith's use, which remain in her possession. Mr. Laren has received no compensation for his full-time commitment to Unsafe Space and is indeed owed over $15,000 by the company. There is no evidence, nor has any evidence ever existed, that Miss Smith was potentially entitled to anything other than the maximum 10% interest discussed above. Nor has Mr. Laren deleted any alleged email from Miss Smith's Unsafe Space work email account, a ridiculous allegation considering that Miss Smith could simply have printed such alleged evidence or forwarded to her personal email address. So apparently, Carrie has accused Carter of offering her like partnership in the here's how I read this, and tell me if you think this is correct. Carrie is insinuating that Carter offered her a larger partnership in the company beyond that 10%. And then she says Carter went in and deleted the emails that made that offer formal. But that doesn't even make sense because if Carter has contracts in place, why wouldn't there be a formal? If Carter had really offered Carrie a larger stake in the company, why would that have just been documented by email and not put into place in terms of like a formal contract with all of their lawyers? So that argument makes no sense to me. But KERI Smith apparently is running around saying that Carter went into her unsafe space email and deleted emails that offered her a larger share of the company. That's how I'm reading that. The only time Mr. Laren accessed Miss Smith's work email was in his role as Unsafe Space's information technology manager and to implement an Adobe product upgrade for all Unsafe Space team members to share. Mr. Smith, specifically, I don't know why I'm confusing their names. Oh my God. I swear it's not the beer. I've only had like half of one. Specifically, Mr. Laren used his IT access to manually remove a company credit card linked to Miss Smith's email account. The only emails he accessed were those related to the Adobe upgrade. No emails regarding anything else, let alone one supporting Miss Smith's claim that Mr. Laren stole unsafe space from Miss Smith, were ever viewed or deleted. Miss Smith's actions, at minimum, give rise to claims including, but not limited to, breach of contract, defamation per se, and trade libel under California law. Carter lives in California. There we go. Unsafe Space will not permit such egregious and wrongful actions to continue unabated. Miss Smith elected to defame and slander Unsafe Space and Mr. Laren, no matter how reasonably foreseeable it was that her actions would result in serious harm to Unsafe Space and Mr. Laren's name, reputation, and standing in the community, virtually ensuring Miss Smith's liability should Unsafe Space file suit against Miss Smith. Accordingly, Unsafe Space hereby demands that Miss Smith, including any and all of her agents and affiliates, 1. Immediately retract all defamatory and libelous statements. Unsafe Space and Mr. Laren demand that Miss Smith identify to us all third parties she contacted regarding the false allegations set forth above, and notify those third parties that Miss Smith retracts all statements and comments made concerning Unsafe Space and Mr. Laren and publicly apologize to Unsafe Space, Mr. Laren, and any other party affected by the false allegations set forth above. So, we are going to know emphatically whether Carrie chooses to comply with this or not, because they are demanding not just that Carrie call people that she lied to and be like, hey, maybe that wasn't so true. They are demanding that KERI Smith make a public apology to Carter and Unsafe Space. So we're all going to know whether or not Carrie chooses to comply with this cease and desist letter, which I think is pretty great. It's like a soap opera. We're now all front row center. I am especially front row center because I've been in the midst of this fucking soap opera for almost 2 fucking years. But everyone else can have a seat too, and we can all watch and see if KERI Smith chooses to make what seems to be a necessary public apology, considering she broke her contract and defamed Carter publicly on Twitter. 2. Immediately cease and desist from posting, publishing, or broadcasting any further false statements regarding Unsafe Space or Mr. Laren. 3. Provide written assurances. Unsafe Space and Mr. Laren demand that Miss Smith confirm to us in writing no later than 5 p.m. on April 8th, 2022. So that time has now passed. We don't know if this has happened yet, but that deadline is passed. That Miss Smith is in receipt of this letter, identify all third parties, and issue retractions set forth above, noting that we are aware of certain of those third parties. So essentially what this is saying, check this out. What this is saying, actually, I'll read the whole thing and then I'll explain what it's saying. And confirm Miss Smith will cease and desist from publishing, broadcasting, or posting any further false or defamatory statements regarding Unsafe Space. Okay, number 1. Carrie was already supposed to have issued the public apology, and to the best of my knowledge, she has not done so yet. So, who knows what that means? But what this is also saying is that apparently, okay, so Carrie apparently was like calling people and telling them what was going on and giving her Carrie's side of the story. But the people, at least some people that Carrie contacted, got in touch with Carter to tell Carter what was going on. And so now Carter is saying, you need to call people or contact people that you lied to about us and tell them the truth. And we know who you were talking to, and they're going to tell us whether or not you did this. That's how I read that. Is that Carter knows who, at least some of the people that Carrie was talking to, and those people are also talking to Carter. And Carter is going to ask those people whether or not Carrie contacted them and did the appropriate retraction of the lies that she told them. Yeah, I also think it's funny. Carrie, one of Carrie's new shows is called Kerfifi Break. Oh my god, what creativity Carrie has to come up with exactly the same fucking name except with a K instead of a V or a C, whatever. No, he's suing Carrie for lying. He's not suing Carrie for gossiping. He's suing Carrie for lying and trying to cause damage to his brand name based on the fact that she was telling people to unsubscribe from the channel. And also based on the fact that, like, she was apparently lying to people about what happened. The applicable state statute and California law provide Unsafe Space and Mr. Laren with all necessary legal remedies, including injunctive relief and monetary and punitive damages necessary to compel Miss Smith, I almost misgendered her again, Miss Smith to cease and desist. At this time, we are continuing to assess the damages, and our investigation into the matter is ongoing. If Miss Smith continues to engage in unlawful activities, Unsafe Space and Mr. Laren will have no alternative but to take any and all immediate legal actions necessary against all responsible parties to obtain injunctive relief and to recover damages it has incurred and stands to incur as the result of the foregoing unlawful and wrongful actions. In light of impending litigation, Miss Smith and her agents and accessories are hereby commanded not to further destroy, conceal, or alter any paper or electronic files or other data generated by and or stored on their computers and storage media, hard disks, third-party cloud storage, and services, backups, other physical media, etc., or any other electronic data such as voicemail, text messages, and other messaging systems data related to this matter. So basically that's saying Carrie can't delete emails or text messages or anything else because Carter might sue her. Because electronic data may be irreplaceable sources of discovery in this matter, it is their duty to preserve all potentially relevant electronic data, and all data must be preserved and maintained in a readily accessible format. The failure to comply with this notice can result in severe sanctions being imposed by a court for spoliation of evidence or potential evidence. Nothing in this letter constitutes a waiver of any of Unsafe Space or Mr. Laren's rights in law or in equity, all of which are expressly reserved. So that is the tea, ladies and gentlemen. What are your thoughts in the chat? Let me know what you think in the chat. I'll display some of your messages on the screen. What are your thoughts about Unsafe Space potentially, like, at least sending a cease and desist letter and demanding KERI issue a public apology and do many other things and threatening to sue her for defamation because she's lied about them all over the internet? George Andre Veloso Nunez says, my students also have trouble with treatment pronouns. That happens to, it usually doesn't happen to me, George, though. I don't know why I'm like tongue-tied tonight. Maybe it's because it's a Saturday. And I'm not really used to like streaming on a Saturday. I've just been like hanging around all day. We were knitting earlier and gossiping. Nat D, I love you, Nat D. Nat D says she's totally fucked. Listen, as someone that's been on the receiving end of this bullshit for 2 years, oh man, does it feel good. At least to have to watch KERI grovel and issue a public apology. And you guys know, if KERI issues this public apology, KERI, I don't care that you have me blocked on Twitter. I don't care. Oh man. Metastep can't wait to see what happens. Gray Talon 44, he was Curious. What was he hired to do for Unsafe Space? Curious is just a guy. I don't really know that much about him, and I don't know what he was hired to do for Unsafe Space. So I don't know. I have no idea. That is a great question, but I don't know the answer to it. Let's see. Yes, Patrice says slight vindication. I hope I do feel it. Listen, man, I know that this is not saying that KERI Smith didn't lie about me or excuse me. I know that this isn't saying that KERI Smith lied about me and all the bullshit that she's flung my way over the past year and a half. I know that's not saying that. But it is someone blatantly saying that KERI Smith is acting like a crazy person and spreading lies and disinformation. And if you guys think that KERI Smith is only doing that in reference to Unsafe Space and not in the one tweet a day that she sent about me between December and February, and by the way, that wasn't the only time she tweeted about me. She's been tweeting about me since October of 2020. No one ever lies just about one thing. Oh, Curist is here. Hey, Curist, I hope you're well. I don't really want to. It's a little awkward, dude. I'm not gonna lie. It's a little awkward, but you know, I don't wish anyone ill. Fuzz Warmy says we need to see the juice. How dare you, KERI Smith? Yes, you reap what you sow. Karma's a bitch. And listen, man, like we talked about this in the Bitchcraft earlier. KERI had me as a target for a really long time. I've always said it is my opinion that KERI Smith never stopped being an SJW. I think that she just shifted her target because I have been on the receiving end of KERI's mean girl high school bullshit for almost 2 years. Okay, maybe not, over a year and a half. I've been on the receiving end of that. And so, because I have been on the receiving end of her high school clique mean girl bullshit, it makes me feel good. It reinforces that karma is a thing and that people will always get precisely what they deserve. Mason says, I doubt KERI will publicly apologize. My bet is there will be settled out of court. Defamation is very hard to win. I don't actually think it's hard to win in this case because KERI also apparently breached her contract. So if this was just defamation, I might agree with you. But it sounds as though KERI has some sort of contract with Carter that she breached. And so if KERI breached the contract, that is a whole other separate thing. And that's probably much easier to win. So I disagree with you, Mason. I do. Sorry. Dragonwater says, may KERI go down in flames. Nat D says, I feel bad. She needs psychological help. She sounds borderline personality disorder. Well, wouldn't that be ironic? Now, listen, I'm not going to diagnose anyone publicly on the internet because I don't think that's a responsible thing to do. It's not like KERI has been diagnosing me as a narcissist and a sociopath and all manner of things for the last year and a half. Oh, wait, she has. Carrie has diagnosed me with any sort of personality disorder, basically every sort of personality disorder that she could possibly think of, she diagnosed me with. But I'm not going to sit here and diagnose Carrie with borderline personality disorder. I don't know that's true, but I haven't treated her. I have not treated her. I'm not a clinician. I'm not going to say that I think it's pretty clear to me that Carrie is acting like she has a dissociative disorder. Because I don't know, man. I don't diagnose people publicly on the internet. But, therapy is always good for everyone. Therapy is not a bad thing. I don't, everyone could use a little therapy every once in a while. Da, 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 da. Let's see. Nat D says she needs help. She sounds insane and not intentionally trying to be terrible. As the SGW say, sometimes intent doesn't matter. It's about impact. Gypsy Witch says both your situation and Unsafe Space shows her character. I would tend to agree with that. Dragonwater says, I'm not sure Carrie has an honest bone in her body. Sin says she chose the wrong target. I think that is actually true. One of the biggest regrets that I have in regards, one of the biggest regrets that I have in regards to the situation with Carrie is that I tried to ignore her. I tried so hard to ignore the bullshit she was slinging my way because there was nothing I could do about it anyway. And so Carrie was like, Carrie wrote an essay in December, literally calling me her abusive mother. And I heard about this essay and I ignored it. And I ignored it and I ignored it and I ignored it. And it got really bad. Things only got worse for me with what Carrie's group was slinging at me because I ignored it. And then the minute that I confronted it directly, it hasn't totally stopped. It hasn't. But it's gotten a whole lot better. Carrie has mostly shut her mouth about me. I'm sure she still talks about me in private. But I really do. My point here is this: Carter didn't ignore it. Carter, and I'm happy for him that he did it this way. Carter put contracts in place apparently, and he didn't ignore it, and he dealt with it head on. And I think that is exactly the right thing to do. Patrice says, I hope Carrie gets the help she needs. Okay, to be serious, I actually do too. I think that it is really sad I think it's really sad. Whatever is driving this insane behavior that I've had to experience and now Carter and Unsafe Space have had to experience, I actually think it's really sad. And I don't wish ill on anyone. Like I said, and I do mean this, I think that Carrie is very, 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 very good at explaining the SJW ideology. She's very good at helping people understand what's going on. And so I don't actually want her out of the game entirely. I just want her to stop spreading bullshit around the internet. That's all I want. That's all I've ever wanted. That would be nice if that could happen. Didn't Carrie go to an Ivy League school? Carrie went to Duke, which is not like technically an Ivy League school, but it's a really good school. Carrie is very smart, is the thing. She's very, very smart. Let's see. Just scrolling through the chat. Someone should give her the gift of therapy. I agree with you. I agree with you. Let me see. Well, this is the thing. Yeah, Carrie is very well connected. And this is why, Mason, this is not just gossip. When Carrie was, hang on, I'll even show you guys. I'll show you guys what Carrie did to me. I didn't cover this on the last stream. I didn't even see it until after the last stream. But I'll show you what Carrie did to me and why this is actually important. Okay, let me see. This is going to be a little bit higher up. Oh, this is when, check this out. This is just a side note. This tweet, so my locals community, let me take this off the screen. This is a side note, and then I'm going to show you the serious thing that I wanted to show you. My locals community, I've done streams on this channel talking about psychological fuckery. My locals community screwed with Carrie so severely that Carrie actually believed that my locals community was forming a posse to hunt her. I was telling some of you guys about this earlier in the Bitchcraft. Look at this. This is a tweet that I'm not sure the date that she sent this, but I tweeted it on February 17th, and the screenshot says 15 hours ago. So I'm assuming that this was in February. And she's talking about a local stream that I did about her. She says, I didn't watch tonight's video, but I did watch and report the one from last week where she threatened physical violence against me after several people alerted me. So Carrie got her fucking crew to report me to locals because Carrie convinced herself that we were forming a posse to go and hunt her. I'm not making this up. Look what this says. For anyone who is blessed not to see the video with the physical threat, she also named 8 other targets in it. I still don't know who those targets are, to be honest. And got responses she wanted, which was offerings from her member to send bored hunters to do what? She's a Charles Manson with a YouTube. Carrie literally called me Charles Manson. And this is what she was highlighting. Carrie had people go into locals to stalk my locals chat, which means they paid me money. You cannot see the live chat in my locals unless you pay me money to see it. You can see the stream, you can't see the chat. This is a message that was in my locals chat. And it says, brand new supporter here. Tell me where to send the cavalry. There are several 100,000 hunters here in Minnesota that are bored and looking for something to do. It was a joke. It was not actually a reference to physical violence. But Carrie and her minions, and I'm not making this up, Carrie and her minions mass reported me to locals to try to get me canceled, so much so that Dave fucking Rubin himself called me and was like, Carlin, are you threatening violence in my community? And I said, no, Dave, I am in fact not threatening violence in your community. He said, we've been getting a lot of reports. And I said, well, that sounds crazy. That sounds like that psychotic group that's stalking me on Twitter. And he said, so there's no there. And I said, nope. And he said, okay. But they actually mass reported me to fucking locals to try to get me canceled off of locals and telling them that I was threatening violence towards them. And then Carrie tweets out that I was forming a posse to try to hunt them. That's real. That actually happened. That none of that was true, by the way. No targets were named. I don't even know who Carrie's talking about when she says 8 other targets were named. Literally 0 targets were named. I did challenge Carrie to a charity boxing match in which she would consent to have me hit her, but it would be consensual. It would be consensual violence. Curist, I have a question. Curist. Listen, I know that you're not presented in the best light in this, and I don't really want to go down that road, but you were very honest with me in 2020 that you were the guy that with the Tim Pool thing. Did you ever tell Carrie that? Did Carrie know? Because you were very honest and direct with me. All right, but I want to show you what I'm actually looking for, which is not that. Let me show you how psycho Carrie is with actual influencers. Okay, check this out. This is when Newsweek did a hit piece on me. Let me see if I can make this bigger. I can't make it bigger. Shit. Okay. This is when Newsweek did a hit piece on me, and I tweeted out, hack shill at Newsweek, Ewan Palmer, we do not give him the respect of pronouncing his name correctly, Ewan Palmer contacted me for comment 4 minutes before he published his hit piece in which he blatantly lied and published overtly false statements. By the way, that headline in the Newsweek piece, blatant lie, I never said what that headline said I did. I've honestly thought about suing Newsweek for defamation. Maybe I still will, who knows. But anyway, so Dave Rubin responds to my tweet saying journalist, because this journalist, Ewan Palmer, contacted me for comment 4 minutes before he published his article. He sent me a DM on Twitter. I didn't even see it until after he published the article. 4 fucking minutes. And then Carrie, so Dave Rubin comments to me, Carrie, who has not been mentioned in this conversation at all, in any way, replies to Dave Rubin and says, I realize you're a busy person and I assume you haven't seen her Twitter storms where she attacks people and posts lies, smearing them as anti-Semites and white supremacists, something SJWs do. And then Carrie posts a tweet completely out of context to try to smear me with Dave Rubin, who has just responded to one of my tweets. Carrie was not mentioned in this situation at all. The tweet that Carrie brought up had nothing to do with this situation at all. Carrie just proactively went out of her way to try to fucking smear me with Dave Rubin. And that was not the only person she did it with. I'll show you one more example. So again, when that Newsweek article came out, smearing me and lying about me, the people that had my back unequivocally were the libertarians. The libertarians didn't fucking blink. I didn't have to explain anything to them. I didn't have to say anything to them. And so the Mises Caucus, you guys know I'm part of the Mises Caucus in the Libertarian Party. The Mises Caucus retweeted me saying that this was a hack, that Ewan Palmer was a hack shill. And they said, even those who strongly disagree with Carlin's expressed spiritual beliefs should be able to agree that the corporate press is the enemy of the people. This behavior that Michael Malice has explicitly called out as standard operating procedure for them. Okay, so the Mises Caucus has retweeted me to support me as I'm getting piled on the internet. And again, KERI SMITH, who has had no involvement in this situation at all, has not been mentioned at all, swoops into the replies and says, she's out here lying and smearing people as anti-Semites and white supremacists. Are you turning a blind eye to that? And again, the screenshot that she posted had nothing at all to do with what was going on. That's what KERI SMITH does with influencers. She tries to turn the influencers against you. Tom J says, just started watching, but no way I can catch up from the beginning, so donating $5, assuming you wouldn't waste your day off for nothing. Thank you, Tom J. I appreciate that. Kira says, I don't know if Carrie knew about me. I had it in my Twitter bio when you followed me and was still there when I was brought into Unsafe Space. If she didn't know, then she didn't do her due diligence for her company. I will say, guys, listen. And Curist also says, to be clear, I'm no longer affiliated with Unsafe Space. Listen, I don't know what's gone on in Curist's past. I will say that Curist has never been anything but nice to me. I don't condone any of the stuff I've heard, Curist. It gives me a little pause, to be honest, but I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate you putting your side. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. And Curist, you are under no obligation to answer any of the questions that are coming up in the chat to you. You're not. And I would probably recommend that you don't. So when I heard that Carrie was getting sued for defamation, and guys, I could keep going. Again, if you want to see all the tweets that Carrie has sent about me, go to the Twitter account. It's at Carrie is obsessed on Twitter. And you can see it. It's literally just a Twitter account to track this sort of thing. But what I wanted to say was, so what I'm waiting for right now, I'm waiting for Carrie's minions to start swarming on this issue. And I've seen some of them making comments about it already. They're definitely commenting on the fact that I'm doing a stream today. So I thought we would look at some of the comments from Carrie's minions. Do you want to look at a thread that one of Carrie's minions did about me because they're upset that I'm doing this stream right now? Let's look at a thread of Carrie's minions. Just for fun. This is my own little personal retribution. We're going to look at this woman. Her name is Tina. Tina was involved in the knitting wars. Tina is obsessed with Carrie. She loves Carrie. Everything Carrie does is great. Everything Carrie does is perfect. Everything Carrie does is awesome. And so when I announced, when I kind of was, I was celebrating. Let's just be honest. I was gloating a little bit on Twitter today because honestly, guys, I could not believe it last night. I could not believe it when I saw this. I was so happy. I was like, holy shit. So because I was gloating, and then I decided to do a special Saturday night stream talking about the fact that KERI SMITH is getting sued for defamation by Unsafe Space. So some of Carrie's minions have started putting up threads. Now, most of what Carrie's minions are saying, we should allow due process to take place, and we should not assume that anyone is guilty before they are confirmed to be guilty, and blah blah blah. And anyone gloating or talking about the fact that KERI Smith is getting sued for defamation by Unsafe Space, they are not allowing the process to take place. That's what most people are saying. I'm almost on my smoothie beer. But Tina did something a little different. Tina decided to attack me directly. So I thought I would respond to Tina and have a little fun. All right. So she's got a whole thread about me. Look it. It's like 5 or 6 tweets. Okay. Yo, does she ever? Does she? Carrie's a good Christian. We're gonna talk about Carrie being a Christian in a second. We're gonna talk about that after I do this Twitter thread. Okay, Tina says, people who have a strong sense of faith or spirituality often have a lot more integrity and strength than those who don't. Now, for the record, I have been practicing my spiritual belief system for 20 years. For 20 years. I have been studying my spiritual belief system for 20 years. I have worked with teachers all over the world for my spiritual belief system. I've worked with shamans, I've worked with psychics, I've worked with astrologers, I've worked with generalized spiritualists, I've worked with all sorts of people all over the world about my spiritual belief system. Carrie has been a Christian for like a year. Carrie has been a Christian for like 1 year. Maybe not even a year. Right round about a year. So Tina is saying that Carrie, who has been a Christian for like 1 year, has a stronger faith or spirituality than me, who has been studying my spiritual belief system and practicing my spiritual belief system for literally 20 times longer than Carrie has been a Christian. So between the two of us, I think that my commitment to my spiritual belief system is a little bit stronger than Carrie's. I am literally, guys, this tattoo that I have on my arm, this tattoo is a physical representation of my spiritual belief system. The sun is God, the moon is mother or emotions. God is father, son, mother, moon. This is also God's source, one true energy, where we all come from. There's all sorts of space stuff in it to indicate like there's sacred geometry and generalized spiritual things in it. I am doing a sleeve tattoo entirely dedicated to my spiritual belief system. You want to tell me that I have less commitment than Carrie? Go fuck yourself, Tina. Some people have a God-shaped hole so big inside of them that they'll throw anything in it to satisfy the void. I literally have my understanding of God tattooed on my arm. The reason I have this bright sun is because when I've seen God in ayahuasca ceremony, when I've communed with God on ayahuasca, this is what it looks like. It looks like a big burning light of sun in the sky. That's what it looks like to me. That is my understanding of God. So don't tell me I have a God-shaped hole. I literally have God tattooed on my arm, bitch. They need validation and security. That all we do, being fundamentally damaged somehow, they aren't sure how to get it. I don't even know what that means. So they eat too much. All of these are about me. All of this is about me. They eat too much. They like to call me fat all the time. They literally call me fat every single day of the week. They call me CRISPR. Mike Harlow calls me ham beast. They call me fat literally every day of my life. They're more obsessed with my weight than I am. They get more insecure. Carrie's crew thinks I'm insecure. Do I strike you guys as being resoundingly insecure? They bully people. They say I bully people all the time. They never present evidence for it. They cheat or try to on their spouses. This is a nice little rumor. This is like the best part, right? Carrie's fucking minions are trying to spread a rumor about me to break up my fucking marriage. Carrie's minions are literally right now spreading a rumor across the internet that I cheated on my husband. They have literally tagged him in tweets and threads to the effect of saying that I tried to cheat on my husband, that I had an affair. Now, first off, I don't understand why Carrie's minions are so obsessed with my sex life, but Carrie's minions should really confer with the Queen in England who is spreading this rumor, because I'm not the one who was in love in this particular scenario. But the Queen in England decides, or tries anyway, to show things out of context on the internet to make it look like I was just so desperate for his queenly attention. And so that's really nice, right? Have you guys ever had a mob of people try to break up your marriage? That's real cool. Way to go, guys. Those who know what I'm talking about know what I'm talking about. We call it the Queen of England because, you know, why not? They lie about people. They claim false spiritual wisdom. Oh, wait, I thought in the previous tweet I had no spiritual belief system, but now I'm claiming false spiritual wisdom. They ally themselves with other unsavory and possibly deranged people who bolster their narcissistic delusions of grandeur and self-importance. Okay, so according to Carrie's minions, you guys, if you are one of my fans or one of my supporters or in my locals community, you guys are in a cult and I have brainwashed you. Congratulations. Carrie's people literally say all the time that my supporters are in a cult and that you're all unsavory and deranged people for liking my content and following my channel. They never find any real meaning or peace in their lives because they don't have strong foundations in their lives to build good things on. I don't have strong foundations. Dude, I've been married for over 10 years. Carrie has been married for like a year. Carrie has been a Christian for 1 year. I've been married for over 10 years. I don't have a strong foundation in life. Okay, just because you guys are trying to break up my marriage doesn't actually mean that my marriage is on shaky ground. Sorry. You guys can lie to my husband all you fucking want. He knows what's going on. He's known what's going on since the beginning. My God. It's sad, but these people are also dangerous. Here's where we get to the part about me. Well, this is all about me, but she uses my name. Because they will stop at nothing to destroy others if it makes them feel good. Karlin Borisenko is a prime example of this. Aha! Just in case anyone was not convinced that this was a thread about me up until the 4th tweet in the thread, here we go. Unfortunately for her, she will continue to bloviate and waste time and energy on people that are inherently strong and faithful and have found a deeper sense and purpose in their lives than attempting to exert superiority by trying to drag others down constantly. These people are not soft targets, and they have real friends. They like to insinuate all the time that I have no friends. These people insinuate all the fucking time that no one likes me and that I have no friends, because that's the only explanation that they have. If she spent the time she spent harassing people online and making videos about them had actually been used productively instead, she might have a real career and be taken seriously, and she certainly would have done more. Okay, so they're saying Tina, one of KERI Smith's minions, is saying that I don't have a real career and I don't do anything that matters and no one takes me seriously. All right. I have broken more major stories about the woke stuff going on in organizations and in schools than almost anyone else on the planet. I broke the most famous woke story of all time. Maybe this Disney thing might surpass it. I fucking broke the Cope Be Less White story, motherfuckers. I broke the story that launched Chris Rufo into what he's doing now. People don't realize this. Chris Rufo got his start doing what he's doing with critical race theory because of me, because of the story that I broke. And just this past week, my locals community and my unwoke army broke the story of what's going on in the Burlington schools. If you saw that covered on Ben Shapiro or Fox News or PragerU, that came from us. That came from me. And if you want more proof that people take me seriously, I've got a book coming out next month. I've got it right here. You guys think I spend all my time on Twitter drama? I wrote a book, motherfuckers. It's called Actively Unwoke, the ultimate guide for fighting back against woke insanity in your life. You can pre-order it following the link that's in the description below. You can find it on Amazon. But these people try to convince people that I have no career, that I've done nothing, that no one takes me seriously. In this book, no one takes me seriously. Okay, let's go down to the reviews of the book. I'll make this bigger. Hang on. Here, right here, I've got Chris Rufo. I have Chris Rufo endorsing the book right here. No one takes me seriously, Tina. Carlin Borisenko has been on the front lines of the fight against critical race theory from the very beginning. In Actively Unwoke, she brings together her experience as an organizational psychologist and a fierce on-the-ground activist, exposing the myths and underpinning woke politics and providing a pathway to defeating it. This book sets down another marker in the culture wars. Wokeness is poison, and Borisenko argues must be relegated to the dustbin of history. My book is endorsed by Paul Rossi. It's been endorsed by Frank McCormick. It's been endorsed by Eric Matheny. It's been endorsed by Howard Asher. It's been endorsed by Jody Smith. I still have endorsements coming from other people. No one takes me seriously? Okay. Where's the book KERI Smith has written? I'm sorry. If KERI Smith, not that one, that one. If KERI Smith was using, because Carrie uses these people to talk for her, right? If KERI Smith was using her time as wisely as Tina is advising, why hasn't KERI Smith written a book? Do you know how hard it is to write a fucking book, dude? And by the way, I wrote most of this book while I was being canceled. So that was super fun. So, we've already just disproven the entire premise of her thread, but let's keep going. I pity the fool, because we all know how this is going to end for her if she keeps it up. Anyway, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I gotta go make coffee now. Bye. Yeah, how it's going to end for me is I'm going to have a book on the fucking bestseller list, bitch. That's how it's going to end for me. But I also wanted to talk about something else. I want to talk about Carrie being a Christian because what are these? Oh, okay. We already looked at those. Because, listen, when I was doing research for Carrie about the first stream I did, hang on, pause. I'm going to finish my beer, my smoothie beer. I want everyone to mount that like button for me, and we're going to pour another beer, okay? Hang on. Ooh. We're going to pour my second beer, which is Whoop. There it is. This is a Imperial Whoopie Pie Stout. Mommy says, I can't wait to get my copy of your book. I can't wait for you to get it. I'm really proud of the book. I really am. All right, let's pour us some Whoopie Pie Stout. We're going to have, it's going to be, oh, excuse me. It's going to be Whoopie Pie Stout with remnant of smoothie, apparently. It'll be a fruity Whoopie Pie. That's okay. Oh, it looks creamy too. Oh my god. Look at that head. That's like 4 fingers of head. Dragon Water says, it's not going to end for you, Carlin. The success is going to just keep coming. Listen, man, we're doing a lot of stuff with this Burlington stuff. We're doing a lot of stuff with what's going on in the Vermont schools right now. You guys get ready for that. Like that has just begun. The problem with Carrie and her minions is that they really think that if something doesn't happen on Twitter, it doesn't happen. What they don't know is that I do most of my work offline. I do most of my work with people in real life. or I work with parents groups or things like that. I just don't tweet about every fucking thing I do. So they're confused. They're like, Carlin is only shit posting on Twitter. Well, that's because I do real world things in the real world, not on fucking Twitter. Oh, this is an interesting one. I don't recognize this person's name, so they're probably a Carrie fan. Don't give yourself too much credit. He was being an asshole to Carrie on the live Monday shows they had for months, if not a full year. For someone who liked Carter better, you're sure didn't watch him. Yeah, it's definitely a Carrie fan. Can you tell me if Carrie has been talking about this on her live stream since you're a Carrie fan? I've always liked Carter better. I had Carter on my channel before I ever had Carrie on my channel. There was a reason for that. I always liked Carter better. Sorry, I'm allowed to have an opinion. I am allowed to have an opinion. All right. Ooh, this smells like alcohol. It doesn't smell like whoopie pie. It smells like alcohol. Hmm. I think it tastes like coffee. I don't think it tastes like a whoopie pie. I think it tastes like a coffee. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Oh, look, we've got another Carrie fan. We've got another Carrie fan. Carrie fan, how are you a professional? You are a massive drama queen. Please threaten me to unsubscribe from my channel, Carrie fan. Please do it. Pretend you were subscribed to my channel. You're like, I am unsubscribing. Ah. I was waiting for it to happen. I knew it was going to happen eventually. All right. So I want to talk about this tweet right here. I bring this tweet up. This is from February. I saw this tweet in February. And I didn't really talk about it then because I was like, this is kind of interesting, but it's not about me. So I wasn't really going into it. Carrie tweeted in February, my church will discontinue fellowship with members who choose to live in sin without repentance. This has happened twice. I am glad for the shepherds and elders in our flock. Carrie tweeted that her church will kick people out if the church deems them to be living in sin and unrepentant for living in sin. Now, I'm not a Christian, so I don't believe in sin. But it strikes me that any belief system that will kick people out for living in sin, that seems culty. Does that seem like a cult to anyone else? That seems a little culty. That seems like a cult. If you can't, like, don't Christians believe, I know I have Christians in the chat. Don't Christians believe that, like, everyone's a sinner and that Jesus died for your sins? Am I wrong? So why is a church kicking out people who are living in sin? Wasn't that the whole point of Jesus sacrificing himself on the cross? Why is Carrie's church kicking people out if they don't conform to certain behavior guidelines? Am I wrong about that? Christians in the chat, chime in. I know there's a little bit of a delay between when I say something and when you actually chat in. Let me just check in while I'm waiting on Odyssey, on Rockfin. Thank you guys for watching me over there. On Rumble, hey Cubert. Over on Gitter. Guys, heart the video on Gitter if you're over there. Yeah. So yeah, people are saying yes. People are saying that I'm correct. Even though I'm not a Christian, I apparently understand Christian ideology more than Carrie does, who has only been a Christian for 1 year. By the way, guys, I've read the Bible like multiple times. I used to actually study like the historical Jesus. So I've got some game when it comes to like Christianity and Christian belief systems, even though I've never actually practiced it. But there was a time period where I was really obsessed with the historical Jesus. So I've read a lot of their books. Anyway, AM says, I'm right. I'm right. Yes, I am correct. Yes, Jesus died for our sins. Nope, I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. Does anyone else kind of feel based on this tweet that Carrie like might be in a cult? I think she might be in a cult. So I want to, in that vein, look at this essay that Carrie wrote. Carrie wrote this essay on February 20th on her Substack. You shall know them by their fruits. Christianity is not just a belief system, but a behavior system. Oh, okay. So Carrie is writing an essay about how if people don't conform to certain behaviors, they are unchristian. Again, please let me know if this like let me get Christians in the chat. I need your help here. We're going to read this essay. It's not that long. And I want to know if this adheres to what your understanding of like Christian ideology is. And then we'll do some call-ins. We'll do some call-ins and some of you can come on the stream and tell me what you think of this whole mess. Okay. Does that sound good? Who wants to do a call-in? Let me know in the chat if you would like to do call-ins so I can see how popular this idea is. And we're going to read this essay. At church today, the sermon was about how the soul is comprised of the intellect, the heart, and the will. I don't agree with that, but that's okay. Assent, intellect, adorations, affection, allegiance, will. He talked about something I have come to know to be true through my experience the past few years, that the mind and heart must be changed in order to see a transformation in a person. The intellect and the affections. This made me think of Jonathan Haidt's The Righteous Mind, which had a big impact on me, and his discussions of the rational mind, the rider, and the emotional mind, the elephant. We all want to think our rider controls our elephant, when usually it's the other way around. We make up our minds with our hearts or our emotions or affections first, and then we rationalize them backwards. This was certainly the case when I left the left woke ideology, which is the fact I get asked about in my interviews. What woke you up? It wasn't a list of facts that came later. My heart had to be changed first before I could open my mind to it. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true, but okay. For me, it was falling down a rabbit hole on YouTube videos of leftist people presumably on my side attacking Trump voters outside of his rallies. Well, Carrie, that's actually about changing your mind. That's not changing your heart. That's actually changing your mind. It left me crying. It shook the very foundations of my belief system. It didn't change me overnight, but it caused a large crack in the foundation of my house of belief. A crack that would eventually lead to me razing the whole entire house to the ground and starting over. But back to the sermon. Bradley was talking about how Christian transformation is often like this too. A person's mind and heart must be changed. And often it is their heart that is changed first. I have started to realize this may be why you see some people who call themselves Christians, behaving in such appalling ways. Maybe they believe intellectually, but not with their heart. Maybe they have had a mind transformation, but not a heart transformation. When you have had both a change of heart and mind, then your will change. Your behavior will change. So now Carrie's talking about your behavior changing. She's basically saying like your behavior needs to change in order for you to be a real Christian. Am I misinterpreting this? We're going to keep going, but that's what it seems like to me. This is something I think about a lot now because I see so many wolves in shepherd's clothing in every kind of belief system and movement. A wolf in sheep's clothing can devour a few sheeps, but a wolf in sheep's clothing can devour an entire flock. By the way, Carrie calls me a wolf in sheep's clothing like on the regular, or she used to. She believes that I'm a wolf in sheep's clothing. Let's just keep that in mind. I have seen these kinds of con artists in my Christian faith my whole life. It's part of why I wrote Christianity off for so long in my adulthood, because I judged it based on false prophets. I see these kinds of con artists now in the anti-woke movement. She's talking about me there. I guarantee you she wrote that about me. Me, who has done more, I'm sorry, I have done more to expose woke bullshit than Carrie dare dream. That is why I wrote the book about how to fight back against the woke. Carrie talks about this a lot. I wrote the fucking book about how to fight back against the woke because I have exposed significantly more woke bullshit than Carrie has, and Carrie runs around calling me a wolf in sheep's clothing. Okay. In the wrong figure space. And yes, now that I'm a Christian, still in the Christian community, although now they tend to be part of the woke persuasion instead of the televangelist persuasion. One reason I appreciate Christianity is because it's not just a belief system, it's a behavior system. If your behavior hasn't been transformed by your beliefs, then I don't need to hear you speak the words about what you believe. It's meaningless. I should be able to tell what you believe from your behavior, from you exercising your will in accordance with your transformed heart and mind. If you're interested in the sermon from today, I will share where it's uploaded. It was by Carrie's church, Church on the Square in Austin, Texas, whatever. So my point with this is this. Carrie is literally saying that you're not a real Christian if you don't behave in a certain way. And I think that that's interesting when we combine it with this tweet from 5 days. She wrote this tweet 5 days before she wrote the essay that we just read. My church will discontinue fellowship with members who choose to live in sin without repentance. This has happened twice. I am glad for the shepherds and leaders in my flock. Listen, man, if Carrie wants to be in a cult, masquerading as Christians, that's her right. I believe in freedom of religion in this country. I believe in the First Amendment. I may not agree with Carrie's choice of being in a cult that kicks people out of the church if they don't align with their standards for behavior, because that sounds like a cult to me. I may not agree with it, but I will defend Carrie's right to worship however effing way Carrie wants to worship. My point is that it seems a little culty. It seems a little bit to me like Carrie never stopped being an SJW who demands to control other people's behavior and loses her fucking mind on people who disagree with her. Oh, I didn't show you guys this. Holy fuck. I cannot believe I forgot to show you this. Let's look at Carter's Twitter. Now, again, I haven't spoken to Carter about this stream. The only time I've spoken to Carter in the last 2 years is when I turned over the Unsafe Space Getter handle after I realized that he fired Carrie. That was the only time I've spoken to him. But I want to just go into Carter's feed because Carter, after he sent the most based tweet of all time saying that he was suing Carrie for defamation, he tweeted some other stuff out. One of the things he tweeted out was, betrayal is what women with borderline personality disorder call it when you finally tell them no. Oh, I'm not going to diagnose people on the internet with borderline personality disorder or dissociative disorder. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to say anyone needs therapy, but listen, we could all use a little therapy every now and again. I'm just noting that Carter, and I'll make this bigger so everyone can see. I'm just saying that Carter, not long after he tweeted that he was suing Carrie for defamation, tweeted out, betrayal is what women with borderline personality disorder call it when you finally tell them no. And he retweeted this person with Mike Harlow's picture. Now, this Adam character, I know who this is. Hi, JB. I know you and I had a little disagreement last night, but like it's water under the bridge so far as I'm concerned. I know who this is. This is an account that is upset with some of the things that Mike Harlow and KERI Smith are saying. So it's this account is like literally pointing that out, okay? This person retweeted Carter saying, exactly, also a red flag, was obsessing over borderline personality disorder. When I watched, I could have told you her true colors from the beginning. Carter retweeted that. He retweeted it. And if we go into the replies, Carter says, I've been very naive, learning. Carter, I feel for you. I genuinely do. If you would like to talk to me in an off-the-record call and share experiences, you let me know. I won't tell anyone what you say, man. I'm a psychologist. I actually do know how to keep secrets regardless of what Carrie says. But we might have some things to talk about, Carter. I'm just saying. But so Carter said he's been naive and that he's learning. And then this person responds, "Not your fault. I have been following Carrie and Mike's lies and how they have been both manipulated and lied about people to get ahead. I noticed you kind of over it all when she was obsessing over Carlin and her continued kicking the bear and crying victim." And then if we go into the replies on this, Carter says, "She was indignant and incensed when I didn't want to get involved." Now, I've always said that no matter the amount of abuse. Oh, we've got another Carrie. This person is a Carrie person. This is a Carrie person. This is a Carrie person. Marie says, so Carlin is expecting people who join her locals to have certain behaviors. No. So for my locals in the chat, I know I have many locals in the chat. Is there any behavior requirement to join my locals, or is Marie full of shit and making things up? For my locals right now, is there any behavior requirement to join my locals, or is Marie blatantly making shit up right now? Marie, you'll get your answer in the chat for that. You're welcome. No, there is no behavior requirement to join my locals, Marie. You're making shit up. Carla's expectations are do not be a dick. that is true. That is true. Yep. People are saying Marie's full of shit in the chat. Look. There are no behavior expectations to join my locals. Anyway, back to this. So Carter never got involved in the obsessive feud that Carrie started with me. Carter never got involved. Well, he sent one tweet, but I forgive him. Like, I don't really give a fuck. Like, but Carter never involved himself. And what I now know is that Carrie tried to get Carter involved. And when Carter said, no, I don't want to be involved in your personal feud with Carlin over bullshit that mostly you're making up. I don't know if Carter actually said that. I genuinely actually wonder. This is actually a question I would have for Carter. Like, I actually wonder how much of what Carrie has said that Carter actually believes. Carter, if you're watching, most of it's bullshit, and the stuff that's not bullshit was twisted way out of context. I have no idea, though, because I haven't talked to him. But I now know that Carrie was pissed off when Carter wouldn't get involved with her feud with me. All right, let me look at some super chats that came in. Shannon says maybe she only became Christian because of him. Guys, I'm gonna put before I do these super chats, what I'm gonna do, we're gonna do call-ins. We are going to do call-ins, and I'm gonna put the link in the chat for call-in. And call-in is basically a time where you can come on the stream. You don't have to turn your camera on, but you do have to have a microphone. You can turn your camera on if you want. Actually, let me get that super chat off. We're gonna do call-ins. You can come on the stream and talk to me and share your perspective about this insanity with Carrie. You can be pro Carrie. I don't care if you're pro Carrie. I don't care if you hate me. Everyone is welcome to call in, but we have some rules that I'm going to discuss in a minute. But for right now, I'm going to put the link to call in the chat so that people can start to join, okay? Link to call into the show. And I'm going to pin that link to the top of the chat. Replace pinned. And that way you guys can start getting in queue if you want to call into the show. You do not have to turn your camera on. You do have to turn your microphone on. And I will go over the rules for call-in a second. Shannon said maybe she only became Christian because of him. And now that it is over with him, she is showing her true colors. I don't know. Well, no, Carter's not a Christian. I think Carter's an atheist. So I don't know that Carter's a Christian. Let's see. And then Noah, hi, new locals member and wanted to wish you a happy early birthday. Oh, thank you, Noah. Make sure you come to our community Zooms and we can get to know each other. Looking forward to chatting, and thank you for supporting me in locals. I really appreciate that. Regardless of what people are saying in the chat, there is no behavior requirement. Marie is also making this up. It is the Zoom stuff. I was just explaining that private places have rules and requirements. No, Marie, there's no behavior requirement in the Zoom. You're making that up. That's not true. That is a lie. That is not true. Stop making stuff up. I don't know why you're doing this. I don't know why you think that my locals won't correct you in the call or in the chat, but that is just not correct. There is no freaking requirements for Zooms. Okay. Now, we're going to do call-ins now. I have people lining up to do call-ins. If you would like to call into the channel and have a chat with me and talk about what we are talking about right now. I mean, you can talk about other stuff too, but I think that this is like the juicy, gossipy thing to talk about. I have some rules. Now, you are invited to come on my stream as a guest. I expect everyone to treat me and my audience with respect and courtesy. I can boot your ass off the stream at any point. As long as you are polite, even if you disagree with me, you can come on this stream and say, Carlin, Carrie is awesome, and I think you suck, and I think everything you said is wrong, and I think Carter is a horrible person. You can do that if you want, but I'm going to kick you off the stream. Well, hang on. No, that's not true. As long as you say I'm full of shit respectfully, in that you do it in a nice tone and you're not yelling, then that's fine. You can stay on the stream. If you are disrespectful to me, then I will kick your ass off. Each call, and I'm not putting an unlimited time limit on this either. Each call maybe will last about 5 minutes. So it's gonna be a short conversation, unless you're really interesting, and then I will keep you on the stream longer. Okay, those are the rules. You don't have to agree, but I do expect you to be respectful. Marie says, we're continuing this. Marie, this is going to be the last time I respond to you. When I decide you're not a psycho, you'll be invited to my private Discord. Yes, that's correct, Marie, because the private Discord, we are actually doing work. We are trying to be productive. I am not obligated to invite you to my private Discord where we are doing serious work if you are going to be disruptive. However, that is not part of my locals. So you are uninformed. And I guarantee you, Marie, you will never be invited to my private Discord specifically because of this. Marie will never be invited to be part of the Unwoke Army specifically because of this interaction. That's not going to happen. All right, guys, we've got some people lined up for call-ins. I'm going to tell you the order. I see everyone right now. We're going to go to Dragonwater. Then we're going to go to Janice Zeal. Then we're going to go to Incognito. Then we're going to M169. Then we're going to go to Nat D. And then we're going to go to A Christian. I would really love it. And I'm being serious about this. I know I have Carrie supporters watching right now. I know I do. I would love it if a Carrie supporter called in. Come on, guys. Come have a conversation. Defend your queen bee against these charges of defamation. Man up. Express the bravery that you all think Carrie expresses every day. I would love to hear from a Carrie supporter. For right now, we're going to go to Dragonwater. Dragonwater, how are you?
Hey, Carlin, how's it going?
Good. What's up?
First thing I'm going to say, I am a locals.
Yay!
And the only rule in locals is Zoom calls are confidential. No
That's
sharing
right.
anything said there.
That's right. What do you think about what we talked about tonight?
Very, very interesting and unfortunately not surprising at all.
Right?
I don't
wasn't
know.
Surprised.
Carrie is one of those people I always had a weird feeling about.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I unfortunately didn't. I really liked Carrie, and I was pretty devastated when she started talking shit about me online and posting text messages. But
I'm sorry, I keep having bad feelings about people you like.
Well, that's okay. It means
Carrie, Adam, Mikey.
You had bad feelings about Adam and Mikey too. I had mixed feelings about. I thought Adam was fine. I liked Adam. Mikey, mixed feelings. I don't know. Yeah, I spent a lot of time with Mikey, so it was like, eh.
Yeah. Adam, he felt like he was trying to make Tim's show something it wasn't. And then when he went and started his own channel, he tried to profit off of what Tim had built up by using a very similar name.
I agree with that. I think that Adam was definitely trying to stick it with Tim with his new show. And I was also really, I mean, I got to be honest, like, and I'll tell the story about why I'm no longer on associated with Adam at all. It had to do with the last time I was on his show when he had me talking about the anti-white stuff. I felt completely used. He threw me under the bus. His chat attacked me for 3 fucking hours, and I was completely right. And I was later completely vindicated. I was right about everything I said on that show. Adam knew it, and Adam basically told me he didn't give a fuck. So I felt really betrayed and thrown under the bus by Adam, and he can fuck right off.
Yeah, and now what I wanted to talk about, I'm an ex-Christian.
Oh, okay. Tell me about that.
And I was, at the end, I was full on revivalist, pray the cancer away type.
Really? Wow.
I actually took part in a what you'd call faith healing session where we may have actually successfully prayed someone's cancer away. They went to they went for their first session of chemo the next day and they couldn't find the cancer.
Wow, I actually do believe in energy healing, so I actually do believe that stuff can work when it's focused directly. Yeah.
But, and what I wanted to say is you are partially right with your Christians are supposed to accept everyone and forgive. But there's also the theory of essentially a bad piece of fruit spoils the whole basket.
I can understand that. I believe that with the Unwoke Army, which is why, to Marie's point, I will not let toxic people into the Unwoke Army Discord, because I believe that like one bad apple is going to be really disruptive, and I don't want that around.
And that's actually like one of the reasons I personally left Christianity, because I saw all of and I've been to churches in multiple different states. I saw all of them refusing to help people that wouldn't conform to their beliefs. And it's just like, no, I can't sign on to that. And reading a lot of the stuff that's actually written in the Bible is like, yeah, that's kind of creepy. You're saying you were good God, massacred the entire world because people weren't doing what he said.
Well, and this is where I don't think Christianity makes a ton of sense, and why my spiritual belief system makes significantly more sense, because it explains why bad things do happen to good people, just not in a way that most people want to accept because they don't want to take responsibility for things.
Currently my belief system is a lot closer to yours. We differ in a few people, like places where, like, I'm not as hardline on forgiveness as you are. For me, forgiveness is a byproduct of when you've healed the wound, which may not necessarily be the wound they directly caused, but possibly the wound that they aggravated by their betrayal.
And I can understand that, and I think that forgiveness is part of the process of healing that wound, because if you're carrying around scorn and resentment, that makes it harder to heal. So, but I can understand your perspective as well, and I think that's a fair. There are fair positions on both sides.
And just to more disclosure, I will admit I got to where the very first thing I did when I left Christianity was I started studying witchcraft, because not practicing, but studying from the perspective of, this is what the church has told me my whole life about what it is. What is it really from the inside?
Oh, that's really fascinating. Yeah, so you were looking. So I'm gonna be having a Satanist on the channel in a couple of weeks.
That's gonna be fun.
Isn't that gonna be fun? I want to learn more about it. I really don't know that much about the Church of Satan, other than it's really not about like a religion like Christianity. It's more like a backlash to Christianity. I think it's gonna be interesting.
I'll give you a random witchcraft fact I've learned. It's not actually a religion. It's a set of practices that can actually function with most religions, as long as the religion itself doesn't directly forbid it. And in some cases, there are even some Christian witches out there.
Well, that's really fascinating. I would love to learn more about that sometime.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you, Dragon Water. Appreciate you. We'll see you soon.
Always nice talking to you. See you Monday in Locals.
Yeah, have a good one.
Bye.
Bye. All right, that went well. We've got a few more people who have joined. I just want to address this chat from Aaron. I think Adam made his decision to disassociate from Carla when she posted the Holocaust stuff. No, 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 no. No, no, no. First off, I made the decision to disassociate from Adam after he blatantly ignored that I was 100% correct with everything I said in that anti-white stream. He would not present the evidence to the people who attacked me for 3 hours at all. And so I had already made the decision that I wasn't going to go on his show again. But Adam publicly disassociated with me probably a month before the Holocaust stuff. So that's not true. Fake news, fake news. Always got to dispel fake news here. All right, next up we have Janice Zeal. Janice, good to see you.
Hey, good to see you as well, Carlin. Sorry, I went and grew a beard. Unfortunately,
you did. You look very handsome.
It's not a social justice beard because if I did that to my beard, I'd actually poison myself.
Oh, well, let's not do that. I think it looks great. I think it's very becoming.
Right. So I have something I want to bring up right quick because I know I only have 5 minutes, and you know I can go on like a scholar. You've seen me.
Yes.
I did actually speak to my training director about critical nonsense theory.
What'd they say?
Well, basically, I wanted to actually call you about this because the reaction was hilarious. But to summarize it in less than a college thesis, right away he started backing away from me like he was afraid. And I said, and he kept on saying, "Don't start yelling at me." And I said, "I'm not going to start yelling at you. Why would I?
Oh.
Why would I do that? That would vindicate all your fears of people on the spectrum that I can tell you have." So we just talked about it. I said to him what I said to you. I basically said this: if you're going to call us vulnerable adults, as we are titled in Minnesota, I don't know about anyone else's law. I'm learning about Florida law, by the way.
Oh, good.
But, I like that kind of stuff. Anything to do with reading and with anything that has like an art form or a technique to it, I'm down with. So I started talking to him, and he slowly came closer to me and cut the crap and the, attention-seeking behavior. And he started to understand where I was coming from, and he kept telling me over and over again, "I'm not going to talk about that. I'm not going to talk about that." And I went into the history. I went over the history about how it started in the 70s as a legal principle and all that stuff. He's like, no, we don't teach that. And I'm like, I had better not hear the staff that work with me or with the other guys here who live here who you consider vulnerable and want to treat them like they're in a daycare. And there's a whole bunch of laws that go into that, by the way. I better not hear them espousing that garbage because I am a person of color.
Yes, you are.
If I hear that garbage, I will file a report with a legal aid lawyer for, whatever, defamation of blah, blah. I don't know. I don't speak social justice. I mean, at one point I had the hair. And if it wasn't, and you know what? If it wasn't for Carlin, I would have regular hair.
Oh, well, don't blame me for that, Janice. Well, I'm really glad to hear that you...
And who wants to have regular hair? Regular old boring hair. By the way, I really also wanted to talk about the symbolism behind your tattoo.
Oh, yeah?
Because I also come from a Polynesian culture genetically. And, the sun and the moon have always been before Christianity and even before the solar cults. Look up Michael Sarian for that stuff. Symbols of divine masculinity and divine femininity.
Well, do you want to see the original design for the tattoo, for the full sleeve, and we can talk about it real quick?
Yeah, that would really interest me.
So this is the original design my artist came up with. Now we had to modify it a little bit because I didn't want Saturn tattooed on my arm, because the reason I don't want Saturn tattooed is it's a Capricorn thing. Capricorn and I do not get along. It's about constriction. I think it looks beautiful, but I just didn't want that. So we decided to replace this with a nice moon.
Concept. So that was your...
But so we've got God up here, God, source, one true energy, and God also is like father in my belief system. We ended up doing a moon here, so you can see the moon part right there.
Yeah, the moon is like Shiva or the Holy Spirit, right?
Yeah, well, it's like mother or your emotion, so it's like the divine masculine and the divine feminine.
Yeah, or the water or whatever. Yeah.
Exactly. Then we got like some sacred geometry and space stuff. And then
Yeah, there is a lot of sacred geometry in actual space. Do you ever look at the Hubble photos?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, sacred geometry is sacred geometry for a reason, right? It's all like all this stuff is mathematical at the end of the day, which is what makes
Right.
it so
Right. And
interesting.
that's where all the simulation theories come out of, is because they found out through divining and through using computers, which to me, even though I work in the tech field, as you well know, those are just
Mhm.
crystal balls, technological crystal balls.
Exactly. And then he's gonna put a little spinner galaxy thing right here,
Oh
and then
yeah,
we're not.
spinning, the cycles, spinning.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm autistic. I like spinning. I
I
like spinning.
know.
It calms me down. It
I
calms.
know. I love it. And then we've got the path. We're not going to be doing the path for a little while, but I actually think this bottom part is the most beautiful part of the whole concept, and I'm really looking forward to having it on my arm someday. So we've got like Earth being very grounded, and then we've got goes up through space, and then mother and father, and it's just like it's all perfectly
Yeah,
balanced and
space is
beautiful.
like the ether, the earth is a material plane, and the celestial. So I'm kind of speaking advanced Dungeons and
Yeah,
Dragons to everybody out there. If you know what I'm talking about, I was a DM when I was in high school.
that's exactly right.
And
You
and
understand what you're
like I
talking about,
and like I
Janice.
said on one of your tweets, I have been researching the 12 Ascended Masters since I was in high school because of. Oh, by the way, I was actually crying when I typed all that.
Oh
Like
man. Oh, I love it.
you opened my heart chakra big time. Like I'm like nothing. This If this lady was saying anything untrue, I'd drop her like a bad habit.
And
Like I said,
I
we
know
on
it's
the
true.
spectrum we on the spectrum have BS detectors. Like
You do.
I know the difference between a good staff and a bad staff, a good special ed teacher and a bad special ed teacher. Like that just has this agenda, comes in with this agenda. We're gonna fix Janice and make him act normal, just like his peers, versus somebody who's gonna support me and help me with all all the social stuff and the studying habit stuff and the time management stuff. That's hard for us, mainly because we don't perceive time the same way everyone else does.
Well,
I
I
can
love
literally tell you about things, for example, that happened a bajillion years ago, like they happened yesterday. I
well,
have
I love my autistic supporters because I know that
We love you.
you guys like my honesty, and you guys know that I'm not bullshitting you. And
Right,
so I
right.
do
Because a
actually have a
lot of
lot of
us,
autistic supporters.
especially in my generation, Carlin, all we hear is crap.
Yeah.
We're broken puzzle pieces. It's April, by the way. So happy Autism
I know.
Awareness and Acceptance Month. I did an AMA on my Failbook page. And a
Mhm.
lot of people came, and a lot of my ex-enemies from high school came. Oh, I have an autistic kid, and he acts just like you used to. Now I get it. Okay, good. I shake your hand, and I forgive you. I don't want to hang on to that. And by the way, I've been listening to a lot of Wayne Dyer lately.
Oh, good. I love Wayne Dyer. Wayne Dyer's great. I'm glad you're
Yes,
listening to
Wayne
that.
Dyer. I used to think Wayne Dyer was another one of those people that thought he knew everything until I
Mhm.
heard him speak the observance principle. When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. That's the observer principle. And then I started watching his interviews, and I thought it was hilarious because he didn't get all dressed up and snazzed up. He went into Oprah's interviews in a tee and sweatpants, like right after he got back from a jog. And then I heard about his life history, and it kind of echoes mine. But I also listened to, again, the integrity. You have a lot of integrity, and so does he, because he went and lived the Tao Te Ching for a whole year. He lived his life in simplicity, and as you well know, I'm a very simplistic individual. I mean,
Mhm.
don't dare ask me about Spyro. That'll blow your head to the ceiling. But
Oh, well, people in the chat were commenting that they loved your Spyro though, and I know you do.
don't
You
worry, I
always
will
send me
have
nice, great
crafts. Money's a
drawings.
bit tight right now, but I will make sure that after the Etsy strike is over, um, bless them, universe, protect them. They're doing no wrong. It shall be so. I'm worried about them. I prayed and worried over the trucker
Mhm.
convoy.
Well, thank you, Janice, for calling in. I appreciate you, and it's
I
good to see you
appreciate you
again.
giving me your time. I enjoy being on camera, as you well know. Take
Yes.
care, Carlin.
Thank you, Janice. Have a
Peace.
good night. We'll see you soon. Bye. Guys, we're doing call-ins right now on the stream. If you want to comment on this insanity of KERI SMITH getting sued for defamation, or we can talk about other stuff too. I'm just going to give you an order that I see the call-ins coming right now. We have Incognito up next. We have one M169. We have A Christian. We have Adirondack Guy. We have A Athix. Nat D, and Dan. And if you want to call in, the number is pinned, or the link is pinned to the top of the chat. You do not have to come on camera, but you do have to have a microphone so I can hear you, and we'll have a nice little chat. Just everyone, I want to remind everyone, regardless of whether you agree with me or disagree with me, because you are invited to call in, even if you disagree with me and think I'm full of shit, just be respectful. That's all I ask. If you disagree with me, just be respectful. All right, we're going to go to Incognito, who's driving down the road. Incognito, what's going on?
Oh, not so much, Miss Carlin. I'm just going to say first is you suck at brainwashing. The worst cult leader in the world.
I'm the worst cult leader in the world? Oh, no.
I know. It's just, I don't know what they're thinking and all that. They should get, maybe get KERI SMITH to be the cult leader, So, but you were talking about KERI SMITH and that she's a Christian. She just became a Christian, whichever, and all that. I'm Roman Catholic, non-practicing, but we always called the Christians who are like KERI SMITH, it's called born-again Christians, and all that. And it's like you come into the Christian faith or you renew your vows in Christianity, and you can be absolved of your sins. That's the whole thing about being born-again Christians and all that. And I will say, as she says she's a Christian. A good Christian does not attack people like your husband and all that. That's a bad Christian. And all that.
I wouldn't want the karma of that, if I'm honest. Like, I wouldn't want the karma of like going after someone's husband and, God forbid, trying to break up their marriage. But that's just me.
I know. I don't think she would like if someone went after her husband, and I wouldn't want anybody to do that because he has nothing to do with it. Neither does your husband, and all that. So I will say, your husband. I'm a little bit of a fanboy, as I told you. He started your red pilling.
He's the best.
He's the best, and all that. So my wife is better.
Well, your wife is a good woman too. I think your wife and I would get along, and I hope I get to meet her someday.
I hope so too, because she holds some of your spiritual beliefs, because she believes in a higher power and universe and all that. So I think you two would be fast friends if you ever get a chance to meet and all that. And I will say too, for my wife and all that, her birthday is coming up in a couple of weeks. So Joanie, happy birthday, sweetheart. Nice 35 plus 3 and all that. And my eldest is right behind her at the end of the month. Zoe, she'll be 11.
Oh, happy birthday to Incognito's wife and to his eldest.
Yes, and all that. And I will, and we're talking about being good Christians and all that. Let's talk about Allie Macbeth for a second.
Oh, God, Allie Beth. Allie Beth is not a good Christian.
Well, let's go there. As a good Christian, you should be, supportive of your friends like Mr. Dave Rubin. And I would like to say publicly for Mr. Dave Rubin and his husband, to his husband, congratulations on fathers and all that. Welcome to the Sleepless Nightclub and all that. And when they get to start walking, keep an eye on them. Keep all the eyes on them. Those little men, they will get very far. I assure you.
I just hope they don't name them both David, because that would be too many Davids in one household. There's already Dave and David.
Oh yeah, well, there'll be like a Dave Jr. and a
Dave the Third.
Yeah, that'd be kind of weird and all that. But as a good Christian, even if you don't agree with two men having kids with the way how they did, you can at least privately say, "Hey, congratulations." You don't have to publicly say anything.
Yeah,
that's the weirdest thing. It is so, I find it so disgusting. She used her friendship with Mr. Dave Rubin to profit off of.
I agree with you. I think that the thing that Allie Beth and all the other Christians who don't think that they can congratulate Dave and David on having children, I think that what they should have done is keep their effing mouth shut and not use it as an opportunity to make content, not use it as an opportunity to put like it really left a very bad taste in my mouth. Obviously, I did a whole stream about it. And I think to the point that Alex and I did a great stream the other day talking to a conservative. Alex said, if you don't have something nice to say, like shut your mouth, talk about them behind their back, whatever, but don't make public content about how you just can't possibly congratulate them on starting a family. Come on.
Oh, I know. It's just despicable and all that. And I will say, Miss Ellie Beth. Actually, I don't even say Miss because I don't use that for people I respect and all that. Like Miss Sand and Miss Trees and the rest of the lovely ladies and locals. shout out to the local community. Hey, suck it up, guys. We gotta pay homage to our ladies and all that. Well, it's good. I was like, there are, traditional families out there, father, and mother, who actually are terrible parents.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so just assume because two gay men or two lesbians who are automatically bad parents, like, no, you judge them by their actions,
Yeah.
not because of what they do behind the bed.
I think that
You know,
Dave and David are going to be wonderful parents. I know that Dave's husband hasn't really been all that public, but I've met him and he's like the nicest, sweetest guy in the world. And I know that they're gonna love both those kids just and give them everything they possibly can. And it just boggles my mind why this is even a controversy. People should have just said, congratulations, it's wonderful news, and moved on.
yeah, I know. It's just, a lot of it is just a lot of this political bullshit, and just, what, the left, the right, the Christians, the so-called progressives, which act more like regressives and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Two sides of the same coin. They make the fucking horse shape, the U shape in the horseshoe and all that. The horseshoe effect. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Can't talk to crap and all that. It's amazing how they'll sit there to like, pointing fingers at each other, just like you're both fucking same. And then just the regular people, which is the super majority of America and the world for that matter, they're just like, can't you guys just go off your own little corner and duke it out and leave us alone? No. And then we are the ones who have to act like the adults, and actually we are the adults and all that. And then talking about the Burlington and all that. Hey, nice job, journalists. You missed a good story.
Yeah, exactly. We did all the research that the journalists refused to do, and we're still going, aren't we, Incognito?
Yes, we are, Miss Carlin. Shout out to the Unwoke Army and to Miss Carlin, the backbone of the Unwoke Army. Decentralized. Let's make that clear. Again, that's why you suck at being a cult leader, Miss Carlin.
I just want everyone to do their own thing and to have support. I suck as a cult leader because I don't actually need people to agree with me. We should, like, Metastep is saying right now, hashtag this cult sucks.
But I will say thank you to all you professional journalists for not doing your job, because now the average people are stepping up as we fucking should have been from the beginning, and taking charge of our own lives and all. We'll see what our kids are doing in school, because we've been neglecting that for decades, and the left had took advantage of that. Not anymore.
Not anymore. Not on our watch, right?
No, not on our watch and all that. And trust me, we're coming for you. We're looking at other places and all that, but that's up to Ms. Carlin to decide.
Well, we're going to decide it together, and you've been doing amazing work. I can't obviously talk about the work you've been doing because we don't want to spill the beans just yet. That's private. But you've been doing amazing work in the Unwoke Army. You've got us actually going down a couple different rabbit holes right now that I think are going to be really interesting, and we will be breaking more news soon, people. You will be seeing you need to follow us first, because the news that we break will end up on the Daily Wire and Fox News without them ever giving credit to us for breaking the news. And so you follow us, you get the news before it gets on the Daily Wire.
Well, it's not just me, it's not just you, Ms. Carlin. It's everybody in the Unwoke Army. No matter if you did 5 minutes or 5 hours or 5 days, we all contribute in our own ways. Either is proofreading the articles or doing the deep diving. Hey, just by the way, journalists, maybe you can take a cue from us. It's all public out there. We didn't have to go sneaking around or anything.
We haven't done one single FOIA request, but we will.
Oh, well, we will, and all that. And everybody going, talking about the videos and all that, it's on YouTube. Just go and look. That's all you got to do, is just pay attention. But you know what? A lot of them are activists. They probably actually agree with what's going on with these schools and all that. So guess what? We're going to come for you as well, if that's what Ms. Carlin wants to do. And I mean is, we will expose you. We're not going to create any policies to punch you down and all that.
We're just going to show what you're doing. That's all we're going to do, is just show what you're doing publicly on YouTube and get more people to see it.
And I hope the conservatives and everybody else who didn't want to get involved step up. Do something. It's our kids' futures. Don't do it for yourself. Do it for your kids. You want our kids to fight this battle? No. You want your grandchildren to fight this battle? No. If it comes, let it come now during our time. We're the adults. I do not want my children fighting this and all
That's
that.
right.
But but with that, we got more people who are waiting and all that. And I hope you little haters out there, don't be chicken shits. Come on, step up and all that.
Yeah,
talk to the phone.
exactly. Thank you, Incognito. Be safe on the road tonight, and we'll see you soon, okay?
You too.
Bye. All right, guys. Yeah, haters, KERI supporters, you're welcome to call in. You don't need to actually be subscribed to the channel to call in, even though you do to chat. You just need to click the link at the top of the chat, and you can call in and have a conversation with me. Just keep it respectful. That's all I ask. All right, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people in the queue right now. We've got M169, A Christian, Adirondack Guy, Nat D, Dan, and Emphasize. And we're going to go next to M169. Welcome to the channel.
Well, hello and welcome to you. Thank you for having me on. I've missed the call-ins. These are great. I love it.
I haven't been doing call-ins lately. I need to do them more regularly, but happy to talk to you, M169.
Thank you. First, I want to say I have been praying for your husband's family.
Thank you. I appreciate
we
that.
We want this done. We want this over with. And I just been praying for their safety.
Thank you.
Second, you're welcome. Second, as far as Miss Carrie goes, there's a reason many denominations, no matter what kind of Christian you are, don't let people very new to the faith lead things, and her behavior is exactly why. You're supposed to grow. Obviously, we can tell I don't attend a church anymore, but I do consider myself a Christian. You are supposed to grow in your faith. It is a growth process.
Yes.
And so, when she was talking about the actions matching, yeah, that's a process that's supposed to happen. When you would want to happen, growing in your faith and walking that out and learning to walk it out. So your actions do match your thoughts and your hearts, but it is a process. It doesn't happen overnight. It just doesn't.
I mean, in my belief system, I mean, I feel like I spent years even just coming to some sort of basic understanding of what I believed. And then there was a whole other process of internalizing that understanding. And then there was a process of okay, what does that mean for how I show up in the world? And you can't do that in a couple of weeks.
No, exactly. It's just, it makes me just want to bang my head sometimes, because it's oh my gosh, please don't do that. And there's a whole thing. I mean, I'm a firm believer in the Holy Spirit is a very powerful being. And sometimes we need to get out of the way. Mm-hmm. We need to shut up a little bit more, let our actions speak, get out of the way, and let the Holy Spirit, I'm going to say something that's controversial, do her job. And because many people do not realize this. In the original Hebrew, the words for Holy Spirit is feminine, and all the verbs associated with Holy Spirit are feminine. Now, that doesn't mean I think that God split up into, male and female parts. It means that I believe, and most Christians won't agree with me, that all maleness and all femaleness are derived from the character and nature of God. It had to come from somewhere. And that's why I really want you to read The Shack, and I really want you to tell me what you think about it.
Oh, The Shack. Oh my God. You mentioned that the other day, and I said I needed to write that down. I'm going to write that down now.
It's so good. Check this out. When they went to try to get this book published, to give you a little bit of a clue without spoiling it for you, the mainstream publishers said there's too much Jesus, and the Christian publishers said it was too edgy.
Oh, I love it already. I love it already.
So I will just DM me on Twitter. I've DM'd you before.
Yes.
So if you read it and you like it, or if you don't, just let me know what you think of it.
Send me a DM right now telling me you're M169, so I know, so I make the association with your Twitter and your handle, because I don't know it off the top of my head. But
no, it's no problem. I will do that.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I love stuff like this. We're actually reading Conversations with God right now in my book club in locals. I love spiritual books, and even if they're like Conversations with God is not a Christian specific book. It's not Christian at all, actually. But I love reading Christian stuff. I've got like a whole bunch of Christian books on my bookshelf right now because it's like there are philosophical elements of the Bible and Christianity that I agree with, and that my belief system overlaps with, and I think it's important to understand the belief systems of other people.
Oh, I totally agree. I totally agree with you there. I will send as soon as I'm done. I'm gonna jump off of here. But that's all I was gonna say about that. Is it is frustrating for for people who are trying to walk out their faith the best way that they can, because God knows we are not perfect at all, and there's allow for a bit of grace to for ourselves and others. But when someone does things like that in a very public way, it's very frustrating, and it's like, oh, please, we're not all like this. Please stop. Just please don't.
I genuinely I agree with you, and I know I've ragged on Christians a lot lately, but I also think that some of the more vocal bad people are not representative of most Christians.
And I
And
realize that.
yeah, I know that. I don't always do a good job of saying that, but I do actually realize that.
And I think you you've expressed it in many other ways, and I get why you're saying the things that you're saying and why you rail on that, because quite frankly, sometimes we have to push back. When something's just wrong, it's wrong. And I don't care if somebody's saying that they're Christian when they're doing it. If it's wrong, it's wrong. So I appreciate the time to call in and voice my opinions. I'm going to shoot you that DM and let you know. So yeah, I think you'll enjoy it. I really do.
Well, thank you.
Better have a box of tissues ready though too.
Oh no! Well, I have been seeing
it ends good, but yeah, you're gonna cry. I'm just letting you know.
Look, we've got Reagan saying The Shack is a really good book. We've got Gypsy Witch saying it's beautiful. So I'm gonna have to check it out.
Yeah. So thank you for the time. Get on to your next call.
Thank you, M169. I appreciate you. All right, moving right along. We got a super chat from Dragon Water. Can we help children connect with the the divine beings? I think they are. That will end things like CRT and SEL. I actually feel very strongly that one of the antidotes to woke culture is spirituality, and that can take multiple different forms. But it is also personal empowerment. So I agree with you, Dragon Water. I think these are things that we need to be pushing. All right, guys. Next up, we have A Christian. A Christian, welcome to the channel.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, great. It's nice to talk to you.
It's nice to talk to you.
In a way, I'm probably the phone call you've been waiting for.
Ooh, you're going to tell me I'm full of it?
A little bit, Carlin. Just a little bit.
Okay.
I think that sometimes you demand respect for your spiritual belief system, which you have practiced for 20 years, but you fail to understand and you demean Christians for practicing their belief system. Now, I'm not a new Christian. I'm a very old Christian. But the things that Carrie said are very, very much standard Christianity, and people in your chat were even telling you that.
Well, no, some people in my chat were telling me that. I saw more people in my chat telling me that Carrie's full of shit. So I'm allowed to have my eye.
This isn't about Carrie, Carlin. This is about Christianity.
A Christian, I just removed you from the channel. I will invite you back to speak, but you are not going to raise your voice and you are not going to yell at me. This is about being respectful. You can disagree with me. You will not yell at me and you will not raise your voice on my stream. Now, A Christian, you're back on the stream. Do not raise your voice to me again, but I will invite you to say what you want to say in a respectful manner.
Thank you so much.
It is my channel.
Oh,
yes, it is. It is Christian. It is Christian, my channel.
I'm saying this isn't about Carrie. This is about Christianity. You said she belonged to a cult.
She does belong to a cult, I think. Yes.
But she was expressing very general Christian beliefs that are
I don't know that most Christians believe that you kick sinners out for living in sin. I don't think that most Christians do believe that. We disagree.
If you revel in sin and you are unapologetic about it, then why would you belong in a Christian church?
Well, I have Christians in the chat right now telling me that that is a very unchristian-like thing to do, is to kick sinners out of the church when you disagree with their behavior. So I think that that's really judgmental. And I would never want to be associated with anyone who says, you will behave like me or we will kick you out.
Yes, but Carlin, this isn't about your locals or your religion.
It's actually my channel, so it is.
It's about Christianity, which is what you were judging.
Well, no, this is about my channel and my opinion on my channel, and I will judge whatever I like on my channel.
You say my a lot and I a lot.
Yes, it's my channel. You right now, a Christian, are on my channel.
I'm aware.
You are here out of my grace to you to allow you to
and
speak
you're
on
not
my
listening
channel.
to me.
So, I'm not obligated to listen to you when you're being rude and condescending, am I?
I'm not being rude and condescending. I'm trying to tell you that Carrie expressed very general, well understood Christian beliefs.
Well, not understood by all Christians, because I see Christians in the chat disagreeing with her.
From stoning, but he also said, "Go and sin no more."
Jesus also damned a fig tree. Have you ever eaten a fig Newton in your life?
I don't understand. You're talking about fig Newtons. I didn't hear you.
You ever eaten a fig Newton? Jesus damned a fig tree in the Bible. Have you ever eaten fig Newtons?
Really, actually, I haven't, but.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sure. Do you have anything else to say?
I'm just saying, I think that you ask for acceptance for your religion, which excuses basically any behavior at all.
Any behavior at all. There is no right and wrong. There is no good and bad. We are all loved by God unconditionally. Any behavior.
Right. Even people who do a Holocaust, right? You can justify any kind of behavior.
Absolutely.
In religion.
Which is what your religion can't do. You cannot explain. You cannot explain. You cannot explain.
You can't
why
do
bad things happen to good people
by God.
in your belief system. To me, explain to my belief system, not in yours. I can feel Christ's love walking off of you right now.
By God. You can't rape a person or kill a person and be loved by God.
Oh my God, the love is so powerful. The Christ love is so powerful right now, isn't it? I can feel it wafting off of you and just consuming.
Well, if you want to live in a world of rapists and Holocausters and liars and people like that, and excuse any behavior and say it's all fine and it doesn't matter.
Why don't you think God loves everyone? Why do you think that God is a spiteful little child that doesn't love?
I don't think God is a spiteful child. I think God's a righteous father.
You do. You
think that God is a righteous father.
Child that will damn people that you don't like to eternal damnation.
I think
God's love is so much more powerful than your love could ever be, a Christian. I think that God loves us all unconditionally. I think that God.
But you use that to excuse any behavior.
All human beings.
If you love God, change your heart. You don't rape. And you don't
right off, bitch. I'm not changing anything. You are the worst example of a Christian that I have ever had on this channel.
Oh, really? I'm honored.
You are a horrible Christian. I can't feel one single ounce of love wafting off of you. All I get is hate and fear and anger and scorn and bitterness with your sad, pathetic life. But you know what? Even though you are a horrible Christian, God still loves you anyway. God still loves you anyway, and you will still go to heaven, even though you are a horrible, horrible person.
Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. No, you're so wrong.
Oh, I'm not wrong, bitch.
To change your heart.
In fact, God loves me, even if I call you a spiteful, angry, bitter bitch right now who's not brave enough to come on camera, probably because you're afraid of your own self.
You just tried to kick me off your show, and now you're calling me a bitch. So
it's my show.
Yourself, Carrie.
Oh, what the? Oh, look at that nice Christian telling me to go fuck myself. I love it when good Christians show their true Christianity and that true Christ love, don't you? Now, per my last call with M169, because M169 is a much better version of a Christian, right? I know that all Christians are not like the person that just came on our channel. And I dearly hope that any other Christians who want to come and tell me about Christianity behave in a little bit of a better way. But you will notice that a Christian wasn't even brave enough to show their face. Wasn't even brave enough to show who they were when they were acting like a spiteful, bitter, ugly child on my channel. As a reminder to everyone waiting in the queue to call in, I will be perfectly respectful to you, even if you disagree with me, even if you think I'm full of shit, as long as you're perfectly respectful to me. We can have a conversation like adults. If you turn into a bitter, spoiled, vengeful child on my channel, I will do exactly what I just did to that good God-fearing Christian. I want to go to some super chats, and then we're going to go to Adirondack Guy, Nat D, Dan, and Emphasize. If you would like to call into the channel, you can click the link at the top of the chat. I just want to make sure we acknowledge these super chats. George says, you wouldn't go into someone's house and yell at them. That is absolutely correct, George. Absolutely correct. Thank you for that. I cannot wait to go back and watch the chat during that interaction. Sin says, Christ associated with sinners. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Absolutely. George says, what this whole situation showed us is that it showed us all is that we don't need to wait until we die to get our comeuppance. Look at what happened to Carrie. I love that, George. Thank you for that super chat. And AM says, you can rag away, just keep fighting the fight. Sad when people are brave against Christians, then shrivel as soon as some slightly scarier ideology comes in. Mock the crap away. We love you for it. I don't mock good Christians. I just mock Christians that behave like spoiled little children that come on my channel and cackle. You know, what was that? All right, next up, we got Adirondack Guy. Adirondack Guy, welcome to the channel, and thank you for becoming a member on the channel recently. I appreciate it.
Hey, Karen. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, good. Yeah, thank you for having me on. And yes, I do love your channel, and I shared on my Facebook a lot of your videos. Thank you very much for
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
fight. First of all, I just want to ask, did your husband get your gun?
He has not bought it yet. He's waffling between two guns. But he is going to go get a gun. I think he's decided on a different gun that maybe fits his hand better or something. But he is very excited, and he is going to go get the gun.
Right. That's wonderful. Yeah, I'm also commenting on the post that KERI SMITH said about her saying that my church will discontinue fellowship with members who choose to live in sin without repentance.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very interesting way that she's wording that. From what I understand, most denominations won't allow memberships to certain people who follow their doctrines. But I never heard of any churches not allowing people within worship or community gatherings if they aren't part of the church membership. I find that very interesting. So I wonder if that's what she meant, which was in my question. But yeah, I find that very, very strange because, and again, a lot of churches, they use the same language, but not even all the language is the same when it comes to different denominations. So I'm very interested to know what she meant by what she wrote.
I agree with you. I think that is a really great question. Like, to me, it's like, I don't know. I feel like everyone's spiritual belief system should be like theirs to grapple with to a certain extent. And I view going to church or going to ceremony or being part of groups as a way to kind of, basically, evaluate what you believe, come to terms with what you believe, and how to apply that in your lives. And I just can't imagine being involved in any belief system in where other people are judging me in the execution of that belief, because inherently I'm an imperfect human being, and I'm probably going to do things imperfectly, especially when I'm learning things and grappling with different ideas. And that to me just seems to be a really unloving way to go about it. That's just my perspective.
Yeah, I mean, M169 said it very perfectly. A lot of beginning Christians within denominations who gain membership within a church, usually we give them like about 3 or 4 years to grow or to even learn more about the church denomination that they might not totally agree with what that church may believe. And it also has to do with spiritual growth. We do believe in spiritual growth. And, we do believe in a lot of denominations believe that we do believe that the Holy Spirit is trying to lead you into the faith. But when it comes to actually accepting the faith of Christianity, it does take time. But yeah, that was a very interesting way that Smith worded it. And I was just more in question of what she meant by that. It just did not make sense to most denominations. And I'm a Protestant, and I've gone to many Catholic churches, and they have been very open to their doors with me coming in and visit. So and I've been to other denominations, and I'm like, that's very strange. So I would agree with you that if she did word it the way that you said that sounded like, I would call it a cult, because it is basically separating people from even becoming part of the faith in a per se.
Well, and that's kind of what I thought too. And it's like, if someone is living in sin and is not acting in a way that you want them to act, like fine, but wouldn't you want to have conversations with that person? Wouldn't you want that person to experience that personal growth and come to their own conclusions about how they would act, rather than changing their behavior due to fear of being excommunicated from their community? I mean, that's really what it is at the end of the day. It's like if someone is only changing their behavior because they're afraid of getting kicked out of their church, which I understand for a lot of people is like their social community, is their social group, is that really growth? Is that acceptance of God's principle or God's will or what have you? Because you're not allowing them to come to their conclusions on their own. You're demanding that they adhere to a certain behavioral code. And that to me is just, it feels really gross.
And I would agree with you to that to an extent, because in my personal opinion, even with many Christians, we are all very different. And we all, this is how I look at things. I always see everybody that if we are all made in the image of God, no matter what gender you are, we all have a small piece of who God is. And therefore, because he's so
I believe
big,
that too.
it's impossible as individuals can represent him as full. That's why we all need each other. That's why we're all different. And therefore, we all have different struggles. We all have different strengths. We all have different gifts. And therefore, we all have to work together. And so it's very interesting. But when I read her, of course, it's very hard to read things, because when you're reading things without even talking to people, you become very emotional when you're reading text. It becomes a more emotional thing. And I like talking to people face to face, especially on Facebook and other places. I'm like, listen, you want to argue with me? Go to my face. Let's read each other's expressions. Let us, maybe we're overdoing it. But what I'm seeing there is she's presenting a lot of emotion, which is very much so with early Christians. They're very zealous. They're very emotional in their faith. And therefore, they become, how do I put it? They overthink things with their emotions instead of adding a little logic within how they're saying things. And that's why and she seems to be also be following the leaders, which is also a very dangerous thing within any Christian faith. We believe in following the Holy Spirit. We believe in following God, not any human being, because we are all flawed. So, I think very much that I won't be surprised that within 5 years she will drop the Christian faith out of disappointment.
Huh. That's fascinating.
I have seen many Christians who jump into the faith so fast and who have these high expectations, and they become very disappointed because it isn't what they emotionally or what they expect. And so I wouldn't be surprised at that.
Well, I mean, it seems almost like an impossible expectation to keep up with if you're judging your level of commitment to Christianity based on your specific behaviors, because we are imperfect and we will always make mistakes. And I believe that, when we make mistakes, God kind of smiles down on us and is like, I knew you were going to do that stupid thing, but you're going to learn from that stupid thing you just did, and you're going to change your behavior next time, aren't you?
Yes, and we believe that God has a very interesting sense of humor when it comes to that.
Yes.
But that's okay. That's okay. But yeah, it'll be very interesting how long she will remain as a Christian, or at least accept that denomination view. But again, thank you for having me on.
Thank you, Adirondack Guy. I really appreciated your perspective, and I hope we can have another call in sometime. Thank you so much. All right. I just want to go to Gypsy Witch Productions super chat. What you call good Christians, I call healthy Christians. I think that's a really great way of looking at it, Gypsy Witch Productions. Yeah, I mean, I think that, I think that, I think that most Christians are good people and I think they're fine. I think that Christian that we had that was yelling and acting kind of foolish, I don't think that's a representation of what I would call a healthy relationship with a religion. But you know what? I mean, I guess if it works for them, whatever. To each their own. All right, we have 4 people in the queue for call-ins right now, and if you would like to get in the queue to call in, the link is at the top of the chat. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be doing this, so if you think you might want to call in, best to join right now and at least get in the queue, because I might shut it down at any moment. We have Nat D, Dan, Emphasize, and then we have Booblel Square. I don't know how to pronounce that, but you know what I'm talking about. And so we'll get you in the. You're gonna have to teach me how to pronounce your screen name when we get there. But we're gonna go right now to Nat D. Nat D, what's up?
Hey, how's it going? I have a picture of a magnolia because I didn't really want to. I didn't clean up today because I had my day off work. But I don't know where I don't know where I want to start with everything. Like a couple of callers, but also with what's going on with Twitter. I want to start with mental health would be the first topic I'd want to address because I feel like people, not only people on Twitter, but in general, there is a mental health crisis in this country like nothing I have ever seen, but also with influencers on Twitter that I think they're addicted to dopamine hits. I really do. And I think when they get the likes, they like it so much. So they're willing to say whatever people want them to say in order to get those likes. And I feel like I love making corny jokes in the chat. And I love tasteless humor. I mean, but I am really actually concerned about KERI Smith's mental health and well-being. Like, I love to make jokes. Of course, it's fun. But I really feel like I have multiple diagnoses of mental illness that I've dealt with probably 30 years of my life. And I see a lot of what she has as what I have. I mean, delusional paranoid thinking. I have low-level schizophrenia and a borderline personality disorder. And I see a lot of people. Yeah, I mean, I'm off of medications. Wow. I've been on 15 different medications, but I'm off of them now. You can get off medication, and meditation helps a lot. But I feel like I see a lot. I love making jokes, but I look at her and I say, she seriously has maybe borderline personality disorder and might need to be on like mood stabilizers and seek counseling. I think she's paranoid, has a psychosis. She's thinking people are thinking things about her, but they aren't. And that's what I really see. And that's why I love to make jokes, but I don't want to laugh too much.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think that she definitely does think things that are not true. Like I said, she literally thought I was trying to organize a posse to go hunt her, and that is not based in any reality that I understand at all. But I'm really impressed that, like, I mean, honestly, like, first off, you are loved in my chat. I hope you understand how much you are loved on my channel. People are like so excited that you're on the stream right now. I'm excited that you're on the stream right now because you ask the best questions for nothing remotely controversial. But I think it's really fascinating that you admitted to being like a low-level schizophrenic. That's fascinating. I would love to talk to you about what that's like sometime, to be honest. But I also agree with you about like meditation. I think that meditation can be a great way to help people kind of wean themselves off medication. I also think that like I have no problem with medication for like a temporary period of time. I just don't think that people should become dependent on it. And I would love for people to use like meditation and other behavior change and perspective tools and mindfulness strategies to help them wean themselves off of that medication. I don't know how much that's possible in every single circumstance, but I think it's actually the best case scenario.
Well, medications do stop working. You can be on a medication for 3 years and then it will stop working. And then all of a sudden you got to be switched to something else. So what I discovered is vitamins and supplements really work, but you got to change your diet, find a bunch of vitamin Bs or different supplements and like different like natural foods and change your diet and change your vitamins. And then you can substitute the vitamins for different medications, but it takes forever. And so like you could go to a naturopathic doctor and he could do like a urine sample and then look at that urine sample and then tell you what you need in your diet. And that could help like what vitamins and supplements, but it takes a long time. And so like there is that, but I don't think psychologists and psychiatrists, they could explore that, but I don't think people are more concerned with money more so than treating mental illness.
The problem with like psychologists and psychiatrists is like they have to work themselves out of a job, right? So if they cure you, then they lose the money. And so there's not really a whole lot of incentive to cure people. This is why I generally like coaching much better than like I do coaching, which is about helping people move forward into the future rather than analyzing what's going on in the past. And that's why I practice that specific brand, because I do think that there is a problem with working yourself out of a job.
But private is definitely good. Like if you're a psychologist, psychiatrist, I think they're better off avoiding the American Psychiatric Association with all the crazy sort of all the really weird SJW woke ideologies they're pushing, because then you're pressured to not help the person because you have to go by what is politically and socially acceptable, and that means the people that might you end up having to abide by a bunch of rules that you don't really believe in.
I agree with you totally, Nat D. We are on the same page.
But also, another thing I want to address is I grew up in a family of ministers, like fundamentalist, right-wing Baptist, really far right. So I understand, people who have problems with there's a lot of mental illness that goes with it. Like, watch the documentary Jesus Camp, and it really isn't it will help you so much.
I love that documentary. I've seen that documentary
so true.
many times. Yes.
But I see a lot of that, like the people on Twitter, whether it be philosophy, religion, ideology, they're so possessed by their ideas and their beliefs that they end up living in a false reality that doesn't even exist. And like, my parents are very religious. That lady that called that yelled at you, she sounded just like my mom. They will be so polite to you until you disagree with them. And then when you disagree with them, they will flip out, get mad, attack you. And that's like my parents, like they're very nice and sweet. But once you say something they disagree with, they will lose it. And I see that with that lady. Like you said something she disagreed with, and then she let you have it. And that's like my mom, like I see that with very religious fundamentalist environment. So like I'm agnostic myself. I feel like I need evidence to believe one thing or another. That's the way I look at it. But at the same time, I understand like growing up in a really extreme religious environment, I understand people are afraid, and fear is a way to control them. The fear of hell, the fear of being condemned by a higher power, fear and paranoia and anger prevent people from thinking rationally. And that's a lot of it.
I agree with you totally. And I also literally do think that Twitter makes people insane. I really do believe that. I think that people who use Twitter all the time, and I think Carrie has probably gotten sucked into this. I know that many of Carrie's minions have gotten sucked into this. They exist in this reality where they think that the people that they follow on Twitter are the only opinions that exist in the world. And so they're only hearing from the people that agree with them all the time, and they spin each other up into these crazy things. I have witnessed people that I know that are perfectly sane people lose their minds once they get sucked into Twitter. I think it's a really big problem. And I think that's part of the problem with Carrie, to be honest. I think she started believing her own bullshit.
I think that's a problem with a lot of people into different churches, different religions, different ideologies, whether it be academia, whether it be government. It's interesting because this wasn't like this 5-6 years ago. This all is new. All of this stuff happened. And even the anti-SJW movement, to me, has become just as bad as the SJW movement.
I completely agree.
Woke versus anti-woke, it's become just as much as a religion. And so like you got to even watch, like I've had people on Twitter that I followed and loved. I'm not going to mention any names ever, obviously, but people that I loved and followed attacked me and got real condescending and nasty. And they were like more like middle of the road, neoliberal, classic liberal, anti-SJWs. And it's like, if you disagree with them, they get mad too. So they can be just as bad as the academic college students that they're condemning. And these are, so like, it is two-sided. It is definitely two-sided. And okay, here's a good metaphor. The song by Living Colour, Cult of Personality, came out in the late 80s, early 90s. That describes social media and where we're at now as a culture, because every individual person has their own cult. So it's like if a person tells everybody to agree with them all the time on everything, that is 8 billion people with their own cult. Mm-hmm. And I mean, it's like, it's really, it's confusing because I've never seen so much division happen within 5 or 6 years. And it's not even political. It has not, people use politics and religion as their crutch. The reality is it's something else deep down in their psyche, in their soul, and they're shadow projecting the things that they're insecure about. They're attacking people. And I know because I've been through a lot of therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, and you start attacking people and you're accusing them of what is in you. Like you're hurting, you're in pain. So you're going to, like somebody that is, let's say, a closeted homosexual who will start attacking gay people, but they're really gay and wish they could hook up with somebody. That's exactly like SJWs or even people who have left progressive liberal politics and have embraced this whole I'm enlightened, I'm anti-woke red pill. They can attack just as much as a Christian or anybody. So, I mean, it's not Republican, Democrat, left, right, center. It's actually anyone. And I mean, but people don't see it because they think that they're right. And the human ego doesn't want to admit they're wrong. And that's what I see. Everybody's ego is so narcissistic now, and they don't want to admit they're wrong, you know?
I absolutely agree with you, Natty. I think that all of this is a big problem. And I think, it's much easier for people to what Joshua always says to me is any flaw that you see in another person is a flaw that you actually see in yourself. Because if you didn't see the flaw in yourself, you wouldn't see the flaw in the other person. But it is much easier to attack a flaw in another person than it is to attack it in yourself. And that's why you attack it, because unconsciously, you know that it exists in you. And so you go with the other person because that makes you feel better. That's remedying that need in your head. But it's really not about the other person. You should be looking inward to try to fix it in yourself.
It's true. And the concepts of shadow projection, which is Jungian, and reactive formation, which is Freudian, are very true. And when I lived in Portland, I got really way far left Marxist, really far left Marxist when I lived in Portland because I wanted to fit in. And even with the LGBTQ community, I wanted to get involved with the art scene there, and I wanted to get involved with gay activism. But what it did to me is made me like ideologically possessed, like a religion, throwing people under the bus who disagreed with me because it came down to me wanting to hook up with people and to be popular and to be liked and to be hip and cool. And so you throw everybody else under the bus because you want to be accepted, and you think, a lot of people just want to be socially accepted. I think they want to get laid, and they want to get good drugs and alcohol, and they want to get free stuff too. That's part of it. I mean, I'm going really far off the deep end with that analogy, but I mean, for my experience with living out west, with Seattle, Portland, Bay Area, San Francisco areas, I see a lot of that. And I mean, but they're unaware of it because, it's just like religion, but the other end of the spectrum.
Well, Natty, I definitely want to keep. I agree with what you're saying, and I want to keep this conversation going. I had a thought in my head as you were talking, because we do need to move on to the other callers, because I want to give everyone a chance.
Oh yeah, I will.
But I have an idea. Because I want to do a whole stream with you. I think you're fascinating. I think that your perspective is really interesting. What if you and I and Joshua? And I can't guarantee that Joshua would agree to this, but I could probably cajole him into agreeing to it. What if you and I and Joshua did a stream sometime, just like shooting the shit and talking about these ideas? Would you be up for that?
I would probably not, because I've done a lot of research into psychology, like Freudian and Jungian psychology. But man, it took me so long to heal. But you can heal yourself if you understand stuff. You can get off medications. But like, I like you guys, but I wouldn't be ready for that,
Okay.
Because I'm an amateur at best.
Well, we're all amateurs too. Do you think I'm a professional? Come on, look at me. Like we're all amateurs too. Well, I'm putting the offer out there, and I just want you to think about it, because you are loved in my chat. You are loved in my community. We really appreciate your perspective. And I'm fascinated by many things you've said. So I would love to continue the conversation, but I'm not going to pressure you. But if you're ready, anytime you're ready, you just let me know, okay?
Well, I'm going to let you go, but I'm going to tell you one last thing. I was once all the people that I once condemned. So all these people that act outrageous and terrible, I was once them, but I didn't have any awareness of it. And so I got off the medications, which helped me a lot. I got out of Portland, and after that, everywhere else it was normal and people weren't like that. So I was like, wow, I'm in a bubble. Not only am I living in a bubble, but nobody acts like this even in New York City or the rest of the United States. So I realized that it was good that I moved. but then it's like you can't get back the friends you once lost once you alienate them and enjoying this cult, because the cult pushes you away from everybody you've ever loved, and it's self-destructive. You destroy yourself and you destroy everybody around you, and you're left with nothing. And it was meant, if you really look into critical theory and go back to the Freud, Herbert Marcuse and all of those philosophers, it's meant to destroy the person. Like suicide bombers, they destroy everybody around them and themselves for the ideology and the revolution.
I agree with you. Well, thank you for doing the call.
That's all. You have a good one then.
Have a good one. We'll talk to you soon. All right. Love Nat D. Nat D is infamous on Nothing Remotely Controversial Nights with Joshua. Let's take the super chat from Dragon Water. Medication can have long-term side effects, especially things like Ritalin. Was on that for most of my childhood. I think it is so sad how so many kids are prescribed medication. To be honest, I don't think it's necessary in most cases. Incognito says, a Christian unhinged. No one woke army for her. That is absolutely correct. There is no one woke army for a Christian. Couldn't even use her real name. Couldn't even do it. Dragon Water, everything is about sex in the end. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Thank you guys for the super chats. All right. We have Dan. We have Emphasize. I'm going to put Boo Bell up next because I know that you were in line and you've been having some connection issues, but I know you were in line. Then we have Savritz, and then we have Sassy Me. If you would like to call into the channel, the link is at the top of the chat. Dan, welcome to the channel. Thank you for waiting.
No problem. Hey, the watercolors is amazing. Good selection.
It was really good. It was really good.
I'm only disappointed I don't see more Trillium, Treehouse, those type of things as you're up in the Northeast.
Oh, well, I like Trillium. I don't think it's bad. I don't know Treehouse though.
Treehouse on Boston. Gotta go.
Okay.
Great IPAs. Seriously.
I don't like IPAs. IPAs are pissing contests for men who want to see how bitter they can go.
These are the milkshake IPAs. They're really good, very juicy. If you like Trillium, very much like Treehouse.
I've heard about this. I've seen them in the craft beer store, and I'm like, milkshake IPA, meh. But if I see it next time, I will give it a try.
Make sure no more than three months old. So just anyway. So
pro tip.
The hops go down and it's garbage. But anyway, that's my one minor complaint right now. Just anyway. I'm coming here because I want to Iron Man some of the Christian position on dissociation and excommunication, but I hate that term.
Let's do it.
So let's pretend, for example, we're part of an organization. Let's say it's a school, and we have teachers that sign on and say, this is what we want to teach. This is how we want to go about things. This is what we all self-associate to believe what's true and what's good. And we have one teacher that comes along and says, you know what? I want to finagle kids. I want to teach woke stuff. And we go to them and say, no, that's not cool. That's not good. No, I want to do it anyway. I don't care what you say. I want to do it anyway. I want to keep doing it. We go to them and say, no, if you don't do this, you can't be a part of our communization. Well, forget you all. I'm going to go to that school down the road, and that's what I'm going to do. And we lovingly come to them and say that this is what, no, this is what we all said that we believe. This all said what we want. That is the essence of what a good church should be doing when it comes to, in the vein of 1 Corinthians 5, where it says a man was sleeping with his mother-in-law in a sin that was worse than anything out in the world. And Paul literally writes, you're not supposed to judge the outsiders. You're supposed to judge the insiders. And you're supposed to get them so they can come to their senses that this is what they believe. And when Jesus says, judge or yet you be judged, he also says right after that, with the same standard would be to you. And the Christian should judge with grace based upon that we are the biggest sinners in the room. And because we know our hearts, we're idolatrous heathens that worship created things rather than the creator. And so when a Christian comes to me and says, hey, dude, I see you're being mean to your wife, or in a case of something we'll talk about today, a gossiping wreck, check yourself before you wreck yourself. And if I go, nah, you're an idiot, and I walk away, then I'm being judged. I'm not. That's the issue at hand. Does that kind of make sense? Like, I looked into her church, and it's a Christian church, Church of Christ. And I used to be a minister in that thing, and they're very and yes, they tend to be very legalistic and works-based. And Martin Luther, I think, says it best, that all of Christianity is like a drunk man crawling on one side of the horse, falling off, and getting back on the other side.
I love that, actually. That's amazing.
And we're either going to be legalists, or we're going to be what the term is antinomian. We're going to say the law saves so much that when someone doesn't do what I say, I judge myself on their worth and value because of that. Or I'm going to judge myself on the worth and value of not holding to the law because it's all about grace and mercy.
Mm-hmm.
And where the law is good when it's been, because, you know, and that's what I think a Christian was trying to say in a probably not the best way, that if I desire to love and please God, then my desire is to love, to spill those out and to do the things that he wants to do. Like, for example, I am a new creation. A cow moves by its nature. A dog barks by its nature. A Christian does good works by its nature.
Well, I think that fundamentally overlooks, though, that human beings are inherently flawed. We're not dogs, we're not cows, and I think that we will always make mistakes. And I think that the way that human beings actually learn best is when they fail, and then they experience the result of that failure, and then they try again. And so, when a church, for me, and this is just my opinion, and again, I'm not a Christian, so I don't have to adhere to your belief system.
Well, yeah.
But like when a church says, "No, you've had enough chances, GTFO," that to me doesn't allow the opportunity for growth.
Well, and I think this is after a long period of time of someone coming along beside them. Like if it's like, hey, I ate I drunk a beer, you know, out with you. That's a little extreme, you know, because you know, even it says in Matthew when you see someone sin, take one person with them. If they refuse to repent, take two people with them. You know, and then if not, take it to the whole congregation with the idea that that person, in some case, that public shaming, not totally shaming, it's like, because, you know, let's be honest, sometimes we like to hide and keep our little things, but when somebody we got, you know, I don't want to mention Jack Murphy, but you know, that's an instance of a case of someone that was trying to hide this crap, and until that went out public, he's got his final say, yeah, well, okay, you know, that's a different story. Let's not go there. But you know, there's an element of love, and with love, there has to be that you know, that other side of things that says, I have to, like, you know, I've gained some weight. My wife tells me, hey, you're gaining a little weight. Well, that's not loving to tell me that, but like for my own health, for my high blood pressure, for things, I have to hear that and say, hey, you know, maybe I got to put that beer down a little bit and go out and exercise, because there's that loving elements, that flip side to inflict. But in my head, I'm like, that's not loving. That's mean. You know, I'm going to go eat my tacos and whatever.
No, but this is actually a really good example, because, I mean, to be quite frank, both my husband and I have gained weight in the past couple months, and both of us have said to each other, we like really need to go back to the gym. My husband's like, I love Victor, I love you, but my husband's pants don't fit anymore. And so, I mean, I've said to him, I'm like, honey, like I tap the tummy, I'm like, come on. But what I'm not saying is, honey, I'm going to divorce you if you don't take care of this situation.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I think where Christians get a bad rap, and the bad churches do this. I would, if you're into bad Christian documentaries, I would recommend the Hillsong documentary.
The Hillsong documentary
on Discovery Plus. I cannot stand Hillsong. The Hillsong is one of the most popular music producers and I cannot stand it because it's love songs to Jesus. That's fluffy. That's all experimentalism. But it's on Discovery Plus. I highly recommend it. And that type of thought has perforated through the church. And I think Carrie's church has been affected by it somewhat, of like, you know, the doing and action, but still devoid of the fact that of a big God that we serve that will draw me into worship. And that gives me something more outside myself that I want to aspire to go out, you know, to, you know, and that's why a lot of people are going to Roman Catholicism versus a lot of Protestant churches, because that big God view versus that, hey, this love song with Jesus, let's be experiential, and, you know, me and Jesus by the river making out, and you know, that doesn't, to men, that doesn't inspire them to really want to do anything. It's just weird, touchy-feely crap. You know, but, you know, and I was hearing some of this. I know some people are trying to say that, so I wanted to at least talk through it. And I will say, Adirondack guy, a couple things will hit on something. It reminded me of a parable of Jesus about the spreading of the seed of the person that got on the road, that went sprouted up a little bit, but then the birds came and plucked it away, or the ones that would come up through the thorns. And, you know, and the only thing I'll pick on you for just a little bit is the fig tree analogy.
Oh, I was being a bitch.
I know you're taking out context a little bit, and I knew you were doing it. You're going there. It's just like, it's like that West Wing analogy.
I
the
know
West
I know what Jesus meant. It was because the tree didn't bear fruit or something like that.
It's showing promise of something that didn't bear fruit. But anyway, I just was like, it didn't come. Trying to we want to model strong.
Antagonistic.
Yeah, I know. So, but does that make sense? Where I think where it's trying to come from. But I see your point. Like if you say, hey, you looked at me. If I gossip about you, out. Like those are the worst churches, and that because they're leading by action, not by the grace of Christ, who's like, dude, you do this to me all the time. And I haven't casted you out yet, idiot. So why do you do this to others? That's the grace that I want to show you.
Right. No, I mean, I think you're making a ton of sense. You're certainly presenting a better case than a Christian did. That's for sure.
Well, I'm also showing my face and my name because I'm not afraid to, stand behind what I say.
No, I think you've done a great job, and it's definitely something to think about. And I think that, I don't disagree with what you say, and I think that, I think we've been able to find some common ground and some understanding.
And one more thing, I used to teach at a community college. I just left because a lot of stuff was going on there.
Oh, we won't talk about that. You can send me some documents though, can't you?
I thought I had them saved, but that was on my work computer. I got it and I get it back. But yeah, it was but it's perforated to the company I work at now, and it's like
no. Well, if you
not as bad.
Well,
so.
if you want to shoot me a name of what that college is, I bet we can find it all on their website because they have no shame. They do it in the public.
So maybe.
Thank you, Dan. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming on the channel. All right. Have a good one, buddy. All right. Looks like we've got Emphasize. We have got Sassy Me. We have got Savrits. We have got Graphically Alex in the queue. Guys, I think I'm going to be shutting down call-ins pretty soon. So last call for call-ins. If you want to get in the call-in queue, now is the time. The link is at the top of the chat in YouTube only. Sorry to all the other streaming platforms, but I only posted the link on YouTube because I can't manage multiple things at once. But okay, we're going to move on to Emphasize. What's going on, Emphasize?
Oh, well done. I commend your pains, and everyone shall share in the gains. And now about the cauldron sing, live elves and fairies in a ring, enchanting all that you put in. Good
Emphasize,
evening.
you are just as eventful as I hoped you would be.
Good evening.
Hello. What would you like to talk about?
First, I'd like to introduce myself. I identify as a Bengal tiger striped dragon.
Excellent.
The conversation shall go toward a deed without a name.
Ooh.
But further introduction, I had my star chart done by a lovely lady. And I'm getting a little stage fright here. She did my chart. And she says, at the top is gold, sun, Leo, Venus, retrograde, whatnot, for the head. And the left hand is the black glove, Taurus, feminine. And the right hand would be Scorpio, Libra, the eagle, with the serpent in its claws, water, feminine, Uranus. And at the feet is fixed air, masculine, the ruby red slippers, the beast that is in the book of Revelation in the Bible.
That's quite a chart there, Emphasize. I can't say I'm surprised.
So, a deed with no name. Shall we delve into this?
Let's do it.
Do you have any clue what a deed with no name is?
No.
Some say in Macbeth, as they read, it's an analogous attribution to murder. I disagree.
Good.
A deed with no name involves murder. Actually, they would call it killing, because whenever you murder someone, you're doing it with malicious intent. When you kill someone, you do it for your survival. So if you create a deed without a name, you're creating a parcel of property by killing its owner.
Emphasize, I should have gotten you to read my audiobook.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, this is where we're at now. If you dissolve the United States government, there's no prisons to put anyone in anymore.
We can just send them all to California and then blow it into the sea.
My current situation, my daughter's in a precarious situation, precarious predicament, if you will, in school. And I've been told that the Black or indigenous people of color have post-traumatic stress disorder from the United States of America.
They do say
controlling
that.
them.
They do.
And at this point, to protect those marginalized groups, white people have no civil rights.
That sums it up. I agree with you.
I have to offer my daughter on the altar of woke as a sacrifice.
How do you feel about that?
I have no feelings anymore. I'm going to do what needs to be done.
Okay.
But the deed without a name, I have the opportunity to listen, to read, to delve into things most people wouldn't. Deeply, madly, truly, if you will. In the manosphere.
Oh no, the manosphere. Oh no.
In the manosphere,
no!
I've heard talk. In the manosphere, I've heard talk about wanting to go to impoverished neighborhoods and slaughter them.
Well, we don't want to do that. I don't condone that.
Of course you wouldn't. You're polite.
Emphasize, you just won this entire fucking stream. Emphasize, I love you. I think you're great. I love this whole thing. I know we don't always agree, but I think you're fabulous. And you just won my entire stream with that comment. Well done.
Outside of the manosphere, you have the BIPOC community. And they have the entirety of the United States government, all of the power behind them. The losers are being given the handicap to initiate this deed without a name.
Well, that deed is called equity, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yes,
That's what they're calling
I found the name. I found the name.
So, once the United States government is dissolved, you shall get your way, my lady. You will have chaos, anarchy, fire, flames, and death.
Well, I dearly hope so, Emphasized. That sounds fabulous.
I was forbidden from reading the Anarchist Handbook, but I didn't have to read it to have the entirety of its context presented to me by the social justice warriors of wokeness.
I love it. Well, emphasize, I hate to cut this short, but we got to move on to some other callers. Any last thoughts for us?
Good luck.
Emphasize, never change. Never change. Thank you for calling in. I have a much deeper appreciation for you than I even had before. So thank you for that. Have a good night, my friend.
Good night.
Wow. AD says white people report to camps by 9 a.m. Saturday. I mean, we got book club, man. We're doing other stuff. All right, we've got 3 more callers for call-ins right now. I'm going to do one last call. Final call for call-ins. Right now we have Sassy Me, we have Sabrits, and then we are ending right now with Graphically Alex. I actually think Graphically Alex might be the perfect ending point, but I'm putting one last call for call-ins. Click the link at the top of the chat if you would like to join the stream. And right now we're going to go for Sassy Me. Hey, Sassy, welcome to the stream.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're good. What's going on?
Okay. I can't believe you put me on after that. How do I top that?
I mean, that was something. I know the pressure's on.
Right. No, I just wanted to say that I get where a Christian is coming from. I consider myself a Christian, but Jesus hung out. I mean, he called to him the prostitutes, the tax collectors, the thieves, the lowest of the low. He didn't judge them for what they did, he called them to do something bigger than themselves. And that's what Jesus is doing. And he's not, like, for me, I would never judge somebody, you know. I guess it's cliche to say, hate the sin, love the sinner. But I have to do that every day.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I have to show God's love, unconditional love for everyone that I meet. I wasn't really prepared. This was I didn't prepare anything.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, how I see it is like, you know, I think that every single person is on their own individual path, and every single person has lessons that they need to learn in this lifetime. And I see it as like, you know, comparing my path to someone else's path is like comparing apples and oranges. It's 2 completely different things. And so
absolutely,
I have no business judging anyone else's journey or anyone else's path based on my standards. My job is only to focus on my life and to, you know, move through the lessons that I think that I am supposed to learn in this life. And that's all I really should worry about. And I try to, you know, have as much grace as I can for other people because they're on their own journey. And sometimes that journey is going to be difficult and sometimes that journey is going to be joyous. And, you know, regardless, it's like you have to let them learn the lessons that they are here to learn. And sometimes that's going to involve them failing and doing bad things because that's how we learn lessons.
Absolutely. We're all human. We're all going to make mistakes. We all fall short of the grace of God, of the glory of God. We all do. Nobody's perfect. The only perfect person that ever walked the earth was Jesus Christ. That's my opinion. And you may not believe that. You have the right to believe whatever you want. But I believe that Jesus was the only perfect person to ever walk this earth.
Mm-hmm.
So it is not for me. If I'm going to judge my church by what somebody else does, then I'm not there for the right reason.
Right.
And if I'm going to judge your church because of what you believe, that just because it's different than mine, I don't have the right to do that. God's going to judge everyone, and in the end, someday soon. And it's everybody's choice. God doesn't send people to hell. God lets them choose what they want, and if they choose the wrong path, it's on them.
Mm-hmm.
God doesn't love them any less. God's not going to, I mean, the church that I go to now, I mean, there's several Christian songs that say, come as you are, with all of your faults, all of your sins, everything. Bring it, and if you choose to accept it, God will change you. It's not for anybody else, no other human to decide for you what you do between you and God. That's why I don't believe in going to confession to a Catholic church. I grew up Catholic.
Yeah.
I don't believe in going to a Catholic church and going to a Catholic priest and saying, you know, I did this and I did this and I did this. Maybe we're just feeding their little fetishes. I don't know. But why can't I take that directly to God through Jesus? It's nobody else's business.
Yeah.
So, and it's nobody else's business how you go to God. It's nobody else's business, you know. That's just what I think, you know. I mean, I might sound really stupid right now. I mean, I'm a new Christian, or fairly new. I've been probably about 10 years, and I believe that's a new Christian.
I mean, that's a long time. 10 years is a long time.
But it hasn't been a consistent 10 years. So I've been regularly going back to church, and it's a non-denominational church. If you had to classify it, it would be Pentecostal.
Okay.
But I mean, my preacher even said, God doesn't care what you did in the past. God doesn't care, you know, what you're going through now. God doesn't care. Bring it to him and let him handle it. It's his battle, and nobody else has any business being in your battle.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Carrie, she doesn't have the right to judge. Her church does not have the right to judge people. I was kicked out of a church, a Catholic church, because I was divorced.
Wow.
I was in the choir. I did all the stuff, and then I went to become a member of the church, and one of the people found out that I was divorced. And they said, no, we don't have any more room in the choir. No, you can't be a member of the church.
You know,
okay.
My grandmother was kicked out of her Catholic church for getting on birth control. My grandmother had, oh God, I'm going to flub the number of aunts and uncles that I have. My grandmother had like 7 kids living in a house that is smaller than the townhouse that I currently share with my husband and him and I alone. And she raised 7 kids. And after she had 7 kids, may have been 6 and may have been 8. I may be missing an uncle or aunt. But like a lot of kids. And after she had that, she said, I'm going on birth control. We're not having any more kids. And the Catholic Church kicked her out. And I've always had a really bad taste in my mouth about that stuff, because that just seems to be a really, horrible thing to do.
Yeah, I know that I'm the youngest of 4, because I would have been the youngest of 5, but my sister passed away right after she was born. But I almost killed her. And after the church, my mother was such a devout. She actually went to the Monsignor of the church and asked permission to have his resurrection. And she talked about it, and they talked about it, and they said fine. But I have had personal, people judge me because of the life that I led. It wasn't my choice to get a divorce, but it happened. It's nothing that I could control. I'm happily remarried and have 3 kids with my husband now, and it's wonderful. But it's just, I don't think that anybody on this earth right now has the right to judge me for my speed in my journey or lack thereof. You know, if somebody believes this, you know, believes that, okay, it's okay to live with your boyfriend and not be married, but they still go to church.
Mm-hmm.
If they, you know, it's not the church's right to judge them for that. It's them, if God wants them to understand that it's wrong. I mean, I can't really say that's wrong because I did it with my first husband, and I did it with my husband now. But you know, and I got pregnant with my first daughter before we were married, and my pastor now wasn't my pastor then. I was looking for somebody to marry my husband and I, and we went to several different places, and they said, no, we can't marry you because you're pregnant. Like, so the pastor that the church I go to now, I went and I said, can you please marry us? I was practically begging, and he said, I would have to ask you 2 questions. Do you two love each other? And the answer was yes, of course. And the second question was this baby conceived in love? And we both said yes. And he said, then I'd be happy to marry you.
Oh, isn't that nice?
I was 7 months pregnant when we got married. So on my pictures, I am huge. But I just wanted to say that, Carrie, if you're listening to this, you don't have the right to judge. That's God's job. You worry about you and your journey with Jesus. Don't worry about anybody else's because their journey is very different than yours. Just keep that in mind because God's going to judge you for how you judge other people and how you treated other people.
And I think that God would be thrilled that you're living a happy life and that you found a church that accepts you. And the Pentecostals are fun. The Pentecostal churches are fun, is my understanding.
We do have a lot of fun. Speaking of which, I have to work tomorrow. I'm a greeter, and it's really late my time. It's really late your time too, but I got to get going. It was so nice to talk to you.
It was so nice to talk to you.
I really enjoy your shows. I watch you and Joshua every Tuesday. I'm bummed when you're not on. I don't watch all of your live streams because you start at 4. I don't get off till 5:30. Yeah, you do a lot. But I mean, I love your shows. I don't agree with you on everything, but there's a lot of things I do agree with. Your philosophy, your concept, I get that. But you know, I don't judge you. I mean, for what you do because of the things that I disagree with you on. You know, you have your right to your belief. I have the right to my belief and opinions, and we can't agree to disagree. And if we could all just agree to disagree, you know, this world would be so much better.
I feel the same way, Sassy. Well, I'll let you go and let you get to bed and have fun at church tomorrow, all right?
I will. Thank you, and God bless everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. All right, Sassy has left the stream. I'm going to remove the pin for call-ins. We have 2 more call-ins to do. We have Savritz and we have Graphically Alex. I think that Graphically Alex is the perfect way to end this stream. I think that worked out beautiful. It's just like the universe intended it. Guys, please mount that like button. If you have not subscribed to the channel, I hope I will earn your subscription tonight. I do want to do more call-ins. I haven't done call-ins in a while, and I'm really happy with how this is going. Savritz!
Hello.
What's going on?
Hey. Hi, how are you?
Good. It's nice to talk to you.
That's good. Those were some really good talkers just now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've known some of your usual chat room people, and they're all pretty intelligent. But to hear them talk, that's really good. Hey, I have something to point out. A couple things.
Okay.
To piggyback and illuminate further on some of Nat's conversations, and the good man after that, and this last guest that you had.
Let's do it.
Well, right now there's I figured out the okay. So tarot. Think of the devil card,
Mm-hmm.
the Adam and Eve, they're chained to the rock of matter, and that's the situational gravity right now. The sun, moon, and stars is the realm of matter, and the true light is of the spirit behind the eyes that makes decisions and analyzes information, and it's a realm of invisible information, and it's a compass to interact with other people's individual consciousness, but like who you are behind the eyes. That's of the spirit, and that's what the I don't know society, as much as we could, we were following that the spiritual astrology of the world soul, the collective, was revolving around the true light of the spirit, and now it's revolving around that of the sun, the highest light in the realm of in the realm of matter. To the profane, though, that's a false idol. All the ancient doctrines and like the evil convert or kill force is those of the realm of matter. And also there's a greater thing that we have to deal with. I brought it up a couple times. Yeah, I didn't mean, well, if we might be forced to, but I brought up old Yellering, that convert or kill force, putting down that which is rabid, a danger to itself and all around them, and deadly. But imagine giving this... Okay, wait, never mind. I'm going to go back really quick. I almost got carried away. Hold on. Where is it? Okay, well, anyways, do you understand that part really quick? Can you talk, and then I can...
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I entirely understand what you're getting at, if I'm honest about it. But that's okay, because you can explain it again.
Okay. Hold on. I made a video about magic, which is creating a mentality. Actually, like, don't think of magic as Doctor Strange, or it has nothing to do. Whenever I talk about it, it has nothing to do with pulling rabbits out of hats.
Right. It has to do with like energy,
belief, or a mentality, a mode of consciousness out of something from nothing, and believing it to be real.
Yes.
And projecting those current, I would say, barriers of perception that are being installed right now.
It's about overcoming barriers. Any barrier can be overcome if we believe that we can overcome it.
Yeah, but there's just a massive... I don't know how to stop this with this information, though. The information loop. I call it a loop of ignorance surrounding the world soul. And it's an impossible spell to break, I think. I think that if they wanted to, on the news, or just all outlets, they could say, do this, and we would absolutely, the masses, the profane masses, would do so. One group is being used, which it's...
You're talking about the collective consciousness, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But behind the eyes is the individual. That's who you are. That's your one true self, the individual oneness of the spirit. And we can create the creative force of the mind, the realm of invisible information. And okay, creation one, we can create in the divine, and individual one. Now that's of the spirit. Now the realm of matter, I'm just going to say the sun, moon, and stars. That's a great equation to put it. It's just there's one that's of the highest light. It's hidden amongst. So good luck figuring that out. It's hidden amongst and it births death of all ancestors. It can only create a copy of itself. It creates one organism. I could not. I figured this out a couple years ago, and I had a I don't know, it was a dentist appointment for something like a crown or something. And I remember seeing this chick afterwards, the girl that cleaned my teeth, at a main event bowling alley, and I could not say she had two little kids, like two little twins, were really cute kids, you know. They were walking in, and I could not say, wow, they have your eyes. Oh my goodness, wow, they have your hair, or any of that, because it's already created the death of that with the birth of this oneness of creation, though, in the realm of matter. And it's not of the divine, though, that which is invisible, the true light, I would say. But one cannot live without the other. And imagine giving that's, you know, the vehicle that for this great manipulation. Imagine giving them the highest power and letting them believe that they're completely free and that they won and that everything that they hated is gone and all history is them.
Isn't this effectively like, I mean, basically the idea that we can create on an individual level, not on a collective level, because the collective sometimes will go in different directions that we as individuals want to go, right?
Yeah,
But isn't this basically the idea that as individuals we can create anything that we can imagine that we can create, as long as we don't let fear or a sense of scarcity get in our way and influence our thinking?
Those are pathways for a placebo effect, reacting like you can insert rogue information into the brain during, I guess, while people are emotional or something, or it's outside of their focus threshold of the mind or the eyes. Well, actually, all of our five senses, but, you know, propaganda and everything, it works with the eyes and the mind and things that you hear subliminally all the time. And imagine the weakest psyches out there in the streets holding up the signs about their express, like, just, it's really is a placebo racism. They're raging about something that does not exist. It didn't exist.
But isn't it amazing that they've created racism because the collective said racism is a thing, racism is a thing, and they created racism.
It's a form of magic. Like,
yes,
that's
it is
the method that's being used against us. And I usually get asked, though, like, what do we do then if we're all just, you know, all the people have is the people and everything? Unfortunately, the more illuminated I've gotten, imagine your awareness behind the eyes, though, being higher.
Yeah, you get your third eye, and then your soul.
Oh, yes. It's endless. It's so stupid. I don't know. Anyway.
I'm picking up what you're putting down. I don't know that everyone else is, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay.
But no, I think it's good, and people are really enjoying it. And I want to have, and don't think I don't remember that I owe you a stream. I do definitely owe you a stream.
Oh goodness. Yeah. I was just about to say the placebo.
Yeah. No, I would love to have a longer conversation sometime. I do have to move on.
To put that together.
Yeah, well, it's life, man. Life takes me in a million different directions. But
you're awesome, though.
Thank you.
And I actually joined you on some drinks. I had some Dos Equis.
Oh, excellent. Not the beer that I would choose, but, you know, as long as you enjoyed it, that's all that matters.
Okay, that's great.
All right, Sabrats, we'll catch you later.
Okay.
Thank you for joining today, my friend. We'll talk to you soon.
Good to talk to you.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, I love Sabrats. Sabrats has such deep, profound thoughts. Well, guys, we're coming down to it now. The stream is winding to a close, but please mount that like button. Please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And now we're going to welcome, I've been waiting for this. I know he's going to bring the sass. I know he likes the drama. Graphically,
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I had to not put my video up because my room's a mess, and
That
it would shatter my perfect conservative Christian image.
Oh
My room was
no!
messy.
Oh no! Well, you know, it's midnight my time, Alex. So I think it's a time to be sassy. What do you have to say?
First I want to say Nat D is gay for not doing the stream with you.
I
So,
agree. What the
yeah,
hell, Nat D?
gay. But I will say gay for Nat always. But anyways, I also want to say that I followed you through this whole like I almost called her Karen. I mean, I guess her name is Karen.
Her name is Karen.
Yeah. I followed you the whole time. Like I remember the first video where you talked about it, which of course, you know me, I was like so glad I was on locals or that I had access to the stream where you're talking
You
about
know what
it.
it was like when I originally started actually talking about the Carrie stuff? It was like you popped up, you're like, drama? What's going on?
Well, I think you did it on Instagram or something. And like you did like an Instagram live, and I was like, oh my gosh, like I have to see this. Like, you know, instantly I was like, oh my God, I need especially because I think it was 2020, right? So the toxicity in me was pretty high in 2020. So I was like, oh my gosh, this is well, I mean, it was horrible, but it was also amazing tea. Like it was just delicious, like beyond. So, but like when I saw you like crying about it, you were really sad and despondent about what had happened with Carrie.
Yeah.
And it's like, I know Carrie watched it. And I'm just like, she is cold. Like, that is a cold ass bitch. Like, I'm just going to be honest. She is a very cold hearted person to not even give a fuck. And not only not give a fuck, but to start a whole ass campaign about it, to start lying. You know, is Carrie aware and is Carrie's church aware that lying is a sin, that bearing false testimony is a sin?
Well,
And
this is, I think, is a really great question because you're right. I was actually really legitimately upset about all of this stuff with Carrie. I legitimately got depressed about it for like several days. I didn't leave bed for several days, which might sound silly because I hadn't really had many conversations with her, but she was so pivotal in my red pill experience that it really did make me upset. And I do wonder, and I'm not suggesting that we tell Carrie's church that she's implementing hate campaigns on the internet, but I do wonder what Carrie's church would think about this.
I mean, the thing is, it's the Bible is complicated, right? There's verses that say, you know, judge not lest you be judged, but there's also verses that say you need to be the salt of the earth, right? And like the light unto the world. So, you know, like most religions, there are a lot of mysteries in Christianity. There's a lot of you have to figure out the balance of different things, but there are certain things that are not as gray, like lying. Lying is very obviously a sin. It is one of the 10 commandments. You're not supposed to do that. Like, and so even if she wanted to do this hate campaign, she'd have to at least keep it real. She'd have to at least say things that you actually did. She can't be lying about you. That's a whole other level. I mean, she is bearing false witness. And that's the thing about churches like hers is that, you know, you'll inevitably find that certain sins are less bad than others, or certain things are okay and certain things are worthy of excommunication. And that is very hypocritical and very stupid. But the reason is because if you have a church where you don't have sinners in it, then there will be nobody left eventually.
Right. Yeah, exactly. We're all sinners in some respects.
Right. And especially from a Christian perspective, like I'm well aware that, you know, gossip and stuff is a sin. And maybe this is.
And we do it
sinful.
anyway.
I know, but I try to like rein it in as much as I can. And I try to like do the best as I can with it. But it's like, I know I'm not perfect. You know what I mean? So, but it's, I don't know. To me, it's like, I'm never going to sit there and just say blatant lies about Carrie. I wouldn't. But do I think she's cold? Yeah, I do. You know, and I hated it when I heard Mikey be like, oh, you know, she's just so sweet and innocent. And, you know, she never gets in a fight with anybody and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, are you kidding me, dude? Like, you are sitting here shilling for her. If she did not, if he said something she did not like, she would turn on him in a second. I mean, that's the thing.
Oh, and vice versa, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Vice versa. Mikey would turn on her in a second if she said something he didn't like.
It's inevitable, honestly. I
It
really
is.
think it is because, and I struggled with gossip again. Like I wrote about it in my third book because I was becoming kind of a gossip channel on my YouTube. And what I found is like when you engage in constant gossip, you start to like see other people. It kind of creates a paranoia in you. And you start to split and split and split. And you go from this person's bad, then this person's bad. And like slowly, like everybody is whittled away. And then you're all alone. And it's just really toxic.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think that's Carrie in a nutshell. Like she needs to, I get that she's new, you know, I'm not going to like totally hate on her. And I do think some of it is bad church leadership as well. But there's a reason that she chose that church too.
There's a reason that she manifested that particular church that happened to be in Austin, Texas, that is just like, and you know what? Listen, if it helps her on her, it's a part of her path, and you know, more power to her. I'm not going to judge anyone based on their spiritual beliefs because I don't think that's my job. But I would never join any sort of spiritual organization that says we kick people out if they don't do what we want them to do. That is just totally anathema to what I believe.
No, and like that other lady, that the Christian one, that by the way,
oh,
like
I
that
knew you
weird,
would love that. I was thinking about you while that
I
was
did love
happening.
it.
I was like, oh my god.
I totally loved it. It was amazing. I'll probably rewatch it, definitely. But the cackle like was really a good
Wasn't that
seller for Jesus.
creepy?
Yeah, that
I
was a
was
really
like,
good selling point for Christianity.
in my head, I was like, holy shit.
I mean, and I can cackle. Like I've cackled many a time, and I've been not like a literal witch, because of course casting spells would not be okay, but I've been a figurative witch where I've been a real see you next Tuesday plenty of times. And I've actually had people call me that multiple times, to be honest.
I call myself that all the time.
Well, sometimes I do too, but
You know.
I'm trying not to be that. Again, that's the journey, right? That's the you learn with time and whatever. I feel like in my spiritual journey, the whole panorama was, and lockdowns were a way for God to tell me, like, stop being such a bitch. Like, it's time to stop, basically. So everything in my life just shut down, and I had to like reflect. But the point is, like, it's definitely in me. So I'm not going to judge somebody for cackling, but it's like, whew, you know, that was really weird. But I don't know. I liked some of the other people that said things, but I think Christianity it's a mystery as much as anything else. It's finding a balance between being judgmental and being too loose, I guess, you know, like, but who's to say what that balance is? And all I can say is, if a church is telling you what to do in your personal life, if a church is excommunicating you for certain things, that really is a cult. I'm sorry. Like, it crosses a line. And my family has actually been in a cult before, which I should talk to my grandma about it, because my family was in a cultic church in the late 90s, which I know that was a shining time for Christianity. And I actually went to like the Sunday school at that cultic church. So there are a lot of cult like churches in Christianity. And again, it doesn't do any favors to act like that's not what's happening and act like that's not what Carrie's in. But
I agree with you. I don't think churches should be dictating behavior. I think churches should be providing spiritual guidance and wisdom, and then allowing people to assimilate that and make their own life choices. And sometimes people are going to choose something that is a positive life choice, and sometimes people are going to choose something that's a negative life choice. But the sad reality of human beings is that we learn best through failure. And sometimes we need to make those negative choices in order to understand how to make the positive ones next time.
Right. And I think, you know, it's all about the balance. It's like, you're going to, like what Sassy Me was saying, where it's like, you're going to say, I'm not going to marry you because you're pregnant.
Yeah.
How is
like,
that helpful?
how is that God's? I mean, this is where I really don't understand Christianity, because I'm like, you know, I may say it in a joking way, and I mean kind of like a malicious way when I say I can feel Christ's love wafting off of you, but I really actually do mean that, because you know, I believe that Jesus isn't a god to me, but Jesus is an ascended master. Jesus was someone in my belief system who understood the immense power that we all have. And so, I do think that is my perception that Christians should have respect and reverence for that power. And it's like one of those things is the power of forgiveness. Like Jesus, while he was dying on the cross, says, "Forgive them, Father, they know not what they do." Like, to the people who are literally killing him. If there is any greater act of forgiveness, I can't
Right.
imagine it. And so if Jesus can literally forgive the men that are killing him on the cross, then we should be able to forgive any single person of their trespasses against us. And I think that that is the lesson in it. And what bothers me so much about judgmental Christians is they forget that fundamental lesson that we
Yeah.
all need to show each other grace, and we all need to show each other forgiveness. And that was the lesson that we were being taught.
Right. And the other issue is that, pride is a sin too. And I don't really, as a Christian, I'm not supposed to judge other Christians for how they worship and that kind of thing, but I will just offer as a criticism, the faith by like the works type of argument is not good, because you feel pride for your work.
Mhm.
And you're not supposed to feel pride in Christianity, because it's all God.
You're
It's
supposed
not
to be of
you.
service.
Yeah, well, you're supposed to be acknowledging that the only changes that have happened in your life, and a lot of the blessings and all this stuff, it comes from God. It's not coming from you.
Mhm.
So, and like you said, you are of service to God. So you're not supposed to be like, I'm this amazing person because I did all this. Like, you can do that, but leave God out of it, and that's how I feel about Carrie. Like, don't use Christianity as an excuse to be a bitch. Like, don't. I don't. When I am being one, I am never going to get on here, be a total bitch, and be like, but God said that I'm right for doing. No, if
I'm doing
anything,
this in Jesus' name. Amen.
no. If anything, I'm walking a fine line of gossip right now, and I'm aware of that. So I would always say, God may not be like totally on board with this, but I'm a bitch. So
You
here
can
I
repent
am.
later. It'll be fine.
But
God
that's
loves you anyway.
well, sure. And I would be so much worse if I wasn't Christian at all. So that's the point, right? You're supposed to like improve or whatever. It's supposed to be. I once had somebody say that. They're like, "You're such a horrible person. Like, I'm so glad that I'm not a Christian." And I was like, well, you could just imagine how much worse I would be if I was. Because I'm holding back right now. So that's what I said to them. And they were like, "Oh my God." I'm like, well, be thankful. So I'm just saying, but no, the point is like what Carrie did was evil. It was like a long-standing form of evil over many months, many times to repent, many times to stop, many warning signs, many consequences coming, and she's still doing it. And now she's having even bigger consequences. And so eventually she'll either learn not to do it or she's going to lose everything. Because if you lie and lie and lie, it creates problems.
I mean, it is the illustration of karma in action for me, because it really is like Carrie has had multiple opportunities to stop this. Like, I have given her multiple warnings to stop it towards me. I did a video in locals that was exclusive for my local supporters, mostly because I wanted to piss her off by making people pay me for it. But I did a video basically like it's a warning shot to be like, Carrie, cut this shit out. Like, I'm tired of it. And that was months ago. That was like probably a year ago now. I did that video. It is in my locals, by the way, exclusive for my local supporters. If you want the old tea with Carrie, which is not covered in the newer video that's linked in the description below, this is the stuff from way back. I did that. I've been sending warning shots across her bow for a long time, and finally I culminated with that stream that I really, and you know this because I think you were on that stream, the locals call before I did that stream. I did not want to do that stream.
Yeah.
Were you on that call?
I was, and I will admit publicly, I was one of the ones that said you should,
Yeah.
because I know that there was nothing else that could make it stop unless if you exposed it, and you had tried everything to get her to stop. So it's not like you just jumped right to it. But I knew from my experience with influencers and drama and whatever that oftentimes the only way is to fight back, to expose. And I've done that before. So I'm not judging or whatever, because I've done it and it's bad, but it's not your fault that she's not with Carter anymore, that they're not a thing anymore. That's
Oh,
because
no.
now she's lying about him. I mean, and she's doing all this stuff. It's like she digs herself further and further into a grave. And it's just pointless, because I agree with you. She does good work. I've watched her channel. It's good. And it's like, gosh, like, why can't you just let go of all this bullshit, Carrie, and just do what you're good at? I would love to support her.
I agree with you. And again, like, I would recommend, like, someone in the chat, actually, Aaron asked, like, I just want to know, do I have to choose between Carlin and Adam Krigler?
Yeah.
Like, I have never made anyone choose between me and Adam, or me and Mikey, or me and Carrie. In fact, I have said, and my locals community can attest to this, I don't care who you watch, I don't care who you support, and I legitimately think that Carrie has legitimately done good work, and I would love for Carrie to focus on that good work. I just want her to stop with the bullshit. And it's such a shame, because I think that I always think that we talked about this earlier, like, I think that it's sad when people have multiple opportunities to do the right thing, to make a better decision, and they just keep swatting those opportunities away. And those are the times when we're going to learn the biggest lessons in our life. And like the lessons that we have to learn are going to exist until we make the choice to embrace the lesson and learn it. And like, every time you swat that opportunity aside, the lesson's going to get harder and harder and harder and harder and harder and harder. And I agree with you that I think that Carrie is digging herself into a hole where she is refusing to learn this lesson.
Right. And after Carter, it'll be someone else, then it'll be another person. I mean, it's just going to keep going. And that's where this goes. And then she's going to be completely alone. And I hope to God, literally, I hope it doesn't affect her marriage, because it could. If she keeps going, she could end up getting a divorce too. I'm saying that as a warning. If you are watching, Carrie, like, if you do not stop down this path, you could end up losing your husband too, because somebody that constantly lies like this, you end up being alone, because nobody can trust you, and people have to defend themselves too. I mean, it's ridiculous. She is incessant. She is like,
it just never stops. It never stops.
It is. It's literally the definition of a harpy. She is just like the harpies in the Greek mythology. She doesn't stop. She keeps going, and she needs to stop. And I don't know. I don't see it happening, though, to be honest. But what I will say is that I will fight against her, if that makes any sense. Like, I will say you are wrong, because again, that's where I find the balance of salt in the earth, right? You got to say something sometimes, and it's just ridiculous. She needs to stop.
And I genuinely hope she does, and I genuinely hope that Carrie just focuses on her channel and what she's doing, and helping people to wake up and leave the left. I think that Carrie could be a really valuable tool in waking more people up. But I agree with you that the bullshit needs to stop, and she needs to stop tearing down other people that are playing in the same space, because it is not helpful. It is not helpful for us achieving the goal. And I have always said that I will put petty personal bullshit aside if it means achieving the goal. But the fact of the matter is, Carrie's been making it impossible for me to do what I want to do for the past year and a half. And so it's like, I have to fight that battle first if I'm going to be able to do what I want to do. And that's all around getting Carrie to stop the bullshit.
Right. And I think, calling stuff out, it's fine. Nobody's canceling Carrie. Like I said, I think she should keep going. I think she should just focus on her work. I think she does good work. And that's really my thoughts, other than she needs to stop lying, basically. So
I agree with you, Alex. All right. Any final thoughts?
You got me sick throughout your evil witchiness.
I didn't get you sick.
Yes,
don't put that on me. My God.
And I'm going to start rumors about Carlin. I'm just debating on which ones. So
what are your options of rumors to start about? Let's get them out now.
Carlin's a Fed. So that's,
that's probably the easiest one to start because I got interviewed by the FBI, so that'll be the easiest one to start.
And I forgot the other ones, but that one's been my main one. I'm like, you know, I'm very iffy on if Carlin is a Fed. She's a psyop, this whole channel. But anyways.
Well, if there's ever a rumor about me being a Fed, we know where it came from.
Yes, I'm raising my hand.
Alex, I love you. I appreciate you. Never change.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. We'll do another stream soon where we can gossip and make fun of Joy Reid.
Yes, please. Yes.
All right. Thank you for joining, my friend. We'll see you soon. All right, guys. That is all the stream we have for tonight. It's midnight. It's after midnight. Victor actually texted me 20 minutes ago and he's like, that's a really long stream. And I'm like, it's only been 4 hours. I don't know what you're talking about, Victor. But guys, if you enjoyed the stream, you will really enjoy my locals community. I promise you, my locals community is going to be the best for anyone who joined the stream because we gossip all the time in our private Zoom calls. Our next private Zoom call is coming up on Monday at 7 p.m. And I'm sure we'll be gossiping because that's what we do. But we also talk about the news. We also support each other. We help each other move through these crazy times in which we live. The way you get access to my private Zoom calls, my bitchcrafts, my book clubs, all the other things I'm doing in my locals community. It is the best community on locals. It is not the biggest community, but I maintain my position that it is the best community on locals. If you head over to kb.locals.com/support and you can join for $5 a month. You can also join for $50 a year, which gives you 2 months for free. You can also make a one-time gift if you want to go that way. Now, as a special surprise, just in honor of Carrie, in honor of KERI SMITH, if you would like to join my locals and just give it a try and kick the tires, if you will, hit that promo code under the monthly option and put in Carrie's name and then click apply. And you're going to get a free month in my locals. You're going to get a free month of community Zooms. You're going to get a free month of Craft and Bitch. You're going to get a free month of book club. We've got a lot of stuff coming up. Dude, my book, Actively Unwoke, there it is, comes out. But 1 month from today, because it is after midnight, so it is now April 10th, my book comes out on May 10th, 1 month from today. We will be having book club for it in my locals. You guys will be the first to talk to me about this book, The Ultimate Guide for Fighting Back Against Woke Insanity in Your Life. You can pre-order it right now on Amazon. You can also do other booksellers, Barnes & Noble, Books A Million. Go to Simon & Schuster's website. You're going to be able to go to activelyunwoke.com. You'll get Amazon and non-Amazon pre-order options. It is in hardcover, it is in Kindle, and it is in audio version. Please make sure you pre-order my book because it's got a really pretty cover. I just got my print copies the other day. It's so pretty. It's so good. I've got a couple other surprises coming up in relation to the book, so you're going to want to get that. But guys, I will be back tomorrow live at 5 p.m. We do effed up news on Sundays. So we will be back. Well, not tomorrow, today now. I will be live at 5 p.m. on Sunday, April 10th for effed up news of the week. I'm going to go get some sleep. Take care. We'll see you guys soon.